Relies on it.
Took me about half an hour to
I
untangle it out of the fence.
Ow.
Okay, let's tweet and say. How's that? Like, yeah. And now we wait for some people to pop in.
Yeah, the stuff I just posted in-game chat.
You and I decided to keep my hair short.
Go on.
When I realized I was going bald.
Ah.
Balding is not a choice, but bald is.
No, I was in my 20s.
Lucky.
The army of Fiora has a new officer. Welcome, son.
My hair started coming out when I was 16.
Hey, we got some.
I'm still always jealous of all the people that have a full head.
I mean, if you want, I can not like throw my hair everywhere like this is a shampoo commercial.
I think I'm the one doing that. Although I want to enjoy it while it lasts. It doesn't show, but I've lost about at least a finger's worth this year alone, so...
It's Mary, the damp wizard.
I mean, he does have
I
that
believe
one
the
that
correct
turns,
term is soggy.
He does have that one
Or
spell.
mildly moist.
According to genetics, I won't go bald, but I will go stark white.
Ah.
Go what?
I will go completely white.
Oh. Well, that's
Male
awful.
pattern baldness runs in both sides of my family.
White hair can
There
be
is no
giant.
escape for me.
Well, apparently,
Okay.
nobody on my mum's side went bald, and my dad still has a decent head of hair. So I don't know what my excuse is.
Recessive genes?
No,
I mean, Hetty, they say intelligence skips a generation, so...
Yes?
Oh man, is that why I'm so dumb?
I may have to take issue with you on that one next time we see each other.
Are you?
Just waiting for some more people to get in, and then I'm ready to start. Oh,
Is Final Sight here? Did he come back?
what?
Did
What'd
Final
you say?
Sight ever come back, or was that?
Yeah,
Could you
He's
just
right
this?
there!
Looking at the cameras, okay?
I've talked.
Bullshit.
I said about my genetics meaning I won't go bald, but go white.
Sure.
And I'd
So
say
your
going white
genetics
sounds
are-
awesome.
Warning! Warning!
Your
Stream
genetics
tip
pretty
overload.
racist.
All hands, prepare for
Yeah, any
exploded
can
broken
be interesting
Fiora
color.
in
Or
5,
red brown if you want
4,
Oh no, the
3,
problem is with
2,
my hair at
1.
the moment.
Detonation
with the colour
imminent.
when
For
I
accidentally
tried,
breaking things, sorry,
to
Dazzle.
bleach it, instead of going normal bleach color, I turned Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
Are we sure that's
In
not an
relatively.
extra zero? That's not an extra zero, right?
What did I miss?
What happened?
I'm just single.
Whoa!
Look at
I-
the stream tick bar.
That's not an extra zero. That was on purpose?
Bloody
Wow.
hell. Okay.
Someone is bloody generous.
Yeah. I mean, if you're okay with it.
Like, I need a verification here that was not an extra 0. Or I have to press the refund button.
Starting off with a bang, gentlemen.
Oh,
Cool. Off
Uh,
mic.
There's not even anybody in the list of.
Okay,
What?
I'm actually logged into PayPal. I can see their actual name. I can't associate who that is on the online name.
That's Mr. Song.
Yeah,
So then, D&D. Should we start?
Sure!
Yeah.
Okay!
I think so, yes.
Well, let's start. Let's have some fun.
I mean, we're probably diving right back into combat, so.
All right. So, let's go ahead and introduce ourselves then. Miss Fiora.
I am Fiora, I'm your streamer. Why did you do that? But also I play Scuda, and who happens to sound like a bird and act like a bird and is a giant bird lady. It's not very smart.
Macaroni.
Sometimes even gianter bird lady than she already is.
It's refreshing to be able to play a stupid character.
They are the best.
Hetty's
What?
scratching his nose and looking away like, you mean like not all, I could see it in his face. You mean you're not stupid all the time?
Oh, dear. All right. Final side.
On final sight time, you're mostly human paladin.
I don't believe you. Doubt. Sus. Hetty?
Hi, I'm Hedy. I play Mark. Yeah, I think Mark's going to regret this session. We're already stacking up for combat.
Then we have Mr. Kung.
Hello, I am Kung, and I'm playing the entirely human wizard, Mary.
I don't believe you.
Dazzle,
Hey!
Dazzle.
Yes?
Can you pronounce his name again, please?
Kung?
Okay.
Good enough.
What? What I say?
Mind out the gutter fee. Mind
Well,
out the gutter.
every week he says it really quick, and because of his accent, instead of hearing Kung, I hear and Mr. Cum, and I'm like,
Like I say, mind out of the gutter fee.
not of the gutter. He put it back there.
No.
You didn't say the magic word.
Lovely place to be.
Anyways, Mr. Miske.
I need a dog.
Hi, I'm Miske, and I play Gaussum. I am the tricky fae that likes to play pranks on people.
Hooray. Then we have Cinder Spark, assists me with any types of errors that I come into with either my computer or me ruining Rule 20 for everyone. That also, helps a lot. Flawless is sick today, so we have, distant cousin Cinder's helper assisting with the music. And then we have Razzle, who assists with the maps, and again, any of the rulings that we might pop into. And again, they also use assets from Forgotten Adventures, including the map that we have today. And I'm Prince Dazzle. I am every NPC ever. Cool. I'm glad we can get over that. Last time, the party was inside the ruins, immediately in combat with a gigantic mechanized adamantium spider, which that ended up turning into a
Rodeo?
less of a rodeo and more of a Birds Gone Wild mud wrestling contest.
Well, before we get that far, I suppose I can finally show off all the artwork pieces that have piled up on my desk for this game. So let me start getting those uploaded to Discord so I can show them on stream, because Otherwise, I'm gonna do the stupid and try to tell Discord to directly link my hard drive, and it's gonna be like, I'm sorry, I can't
Again.
do that.
Again.
Well,
Don't judge
I'll
me.
continue while you're getting that work done. The party met and successfully saved a wolf friend who so far does not have a name, doesn't know much about himself. However, he does have some strange healing abilities and does have a gigantic greatsword that he's able to use and wield in his mouth. The party was going through the ruins, or these types of ruins, druidic ruins, and they found that, well, a couple of the creatures seemed to let Nair scoot on by for whatever reason, and they left. So we're starting up here, as we are. Mary sent a image of Nair directly into one of the little, what looks like it might be like a little stone hovel, and it immediately got jumped on and pounced on by these little teeny mechanized lizards. And that's where we are right now. So, Scudo, what are you doing?
Are these creatures doing anything to the Nair image?
They're jumping and leaping at it, attacking it. Anyone who's looking inside is free to make a perception roll for me if you want to see exactly what's going on in there. Woo! Okay, we're rolling high today.
Apart from Scooter.
Scooter's too focused on them like they're bugs. Wonder if they taste good.
Ooh, just
They're
going
what?
down.
Not as
Going
not
downhill
as
and
bad
crashing.
as the wizard.
Okay. I would say Scooter, you're just like, huh, and you just see them just kind of jumping around. Mark and Connor, specifically the one of the little weird, it looks like what these guys were doing beforehand, where they were ripping through what looks like a backpack.
Give me a moment. Little technical problem.
Sure. Let me know. when you want
What are
me to
you
continue.
broken?
Oh, Discord's just decided that it wants to take up 16 gigabytes of RAM. And obviously probably has some update that I don't have that I should probably make it fix. Oh, look at that. Discord update. And let me
Good
go
one.
here and then load it back up to D&D stream. And there we go. My Discord is no longer taking up 16 gigabytes of RAM.
Holy shit,
Woo!
that's more than I have.
Yeah. What? Yeah.
There we go. We're good.
I'll wait.
We're good.
I'll wait until your camera's off.
Oh. No, it's not.
All right, let's continue. So Connor and Mark, you both see that they looks like they were ripping up what looks like a small like satchel or backpack. Connor, you don't necessarily recognize anything specific about it. Mark, you, however, are able to recognize the emblem that's on the side of the satchel.
Okay.
It is a mark of the Madani, which is part of the Warning Guild, which is a subset of the Dragon Mark House of Detection. Which you are aptly familiar with.
Yes.
So they were ripping through a bag from someone that was from the Detections Guild.
Concerning.
Little bit, yeah. No blood anywhere, though.
Not like
Okay.
they are out looking for Nair or anything.
Nope, they're just... These things are too stupid to realize it's an illusion.
Well,
intelligence of 1. They're not going to figure this out. So they're just like,
I'm just gonna say, Mary's going to strike a pose and say, I can defeat anyone who is stupider than I am.
Scooter's gonna think about that. Look at Mary. No, you can't.
well, Mary, as you say that, these things may be stupid, but they're not oblivious. They all, and they're looking directly from where the voice came from.
Mark stands behind Mary and applies hand to back of head.
So, the way we are going to handle this currently is, until otherwise noted, you guys are going to have the exact same initiative throughout this dungeon. And whenever a creature appears that you guys engage with, if you get a surprise on it, you guys get round or around beforehand. Or when combat just begins, I'm just going to roll their initiative and add them to the chart.
I'm
Oh,
no longer on the initiative.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I'll be doing the new honk rules.
Ooh.
Yeah, you know.
every time you say honk, I have to.
The new what now?
Something they got on with doing.
All right. Yes, anytime you try to pronounce something impronounceable, you just say honk, and I add a honk roll.
Okay, works for me. So let me go ahead and add these creatures to the turn order. Because they definitely heard that, so bear with me as I roll their incredible initiative.
Also, apparently we should beware the mecha geckos. They are as deadly as they are adorable.
That one with the 19 fucking initiative is going to be a pain in the ass.
I'm no longer on
You-
the initiative order.
You called them kitty
You
widgets?
should be. That's what they're called.
Well, he's not on the
Kitty
initiative
widget.
order because he replaced his token, so his new token
I
doesn't have.
just- I-
Going on the initiative for me.
Can I
I
finish?
just re-added it. Yes.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, you should be there now. Perfect.
I am indeed.
Perfect. Okay, let me turn this thing back on. Music should eventually be playing. Perfect. Nair doesn't know what's going on. They're not really looking at what anything is, so they're just going to. That's their turn. They're just kind of standing there. The first kitty widget takes its turn to move forward.
I must admit, I'm curious to look up what these things are once we've done with the session.
I'm gonna roll the wolves in perception to see if he actually. Nope, he's behind. He doesn't know what's going on either. Mark, you're aware that these things are now active. What are you doing?
Realise his name is Connor.
Yes. Did I say something
See,
wrong?
I think we've got our new moon.
What's going on? What'd I do?
And yet again, it's my character that's getting confused.
Alright, so they're heading towards us, so I will I'll do a javelin.
How big is your shield?
It's an Espis.
Okay. You throw your javelin. It hits on the side of the door.
Damn it. Try again.
Why don't we just close the door?
Excellent question. We'll get
Because
to
I didn't
we'll get to
realise
that
it.
in a
I didn't
minute.
realise it was a door.
Okay, you threw another one. Throws wide.
Well, okay, in that case, I am just going to, I'm going to block the way.
The tank blocking the way? No.
Shame it's not a tower shield you've got.
Yeah,
Hey, Mark, it's your turn. Did I get it right?
Yes. Do I perceive a door?
The door is there. There's a paladin in front of it though.
We could shove the paladin through the door and close it behind him. That was always an option.
What you're telling me is I can't reach past the paladin to shut the door.
No, he's telling you the door opens towards us.
The door was already open when you guys got there.
No, but I'd assumed it opened inwards, not outwards. So.
So what you doing?
Let's go for. Because he's blocking the doorway, so I can't even fire an arrow past him without risking hitting him, I imagine.
No, you could.
Alright, I'm going to
I'm big,
fire.
but I don't take up a whole 5 foot square.
It's a door to a hovel. I imagine the door is not very big.
No. All right, so you're gonna
Fire an arrow at
Yep,
the one I've just pinged. So the one just above the near
go
clone.
for it. Go for it. Oh, so you're gonna crit? That's just not nice. All right, so hits it. You see its mouth go, and the head just explodes.
Okay, so takes note of that. Moves up next to Connor and gets ready to help skewer anything that tries to run between Connor's legs. Because
What do you mean? My name's Mark.
Don't you start doing that too?
And it's like I say, get ready to skewer anything that tries to run through Mark's. Fucking hell!
Now it's Galson's turn.
Because that shield is only a body shield.
So Galson, what are you up to?
Well, apparently we're going to just destroy them, and I can't really reach the door with someone standing in it. Does that hit the front one?
Nope. Almost. That one does.
Ooh, it takes 4.
It reels back. That hurt a lot. It shakes its head a minute, and its tail kind of starts sparking wildly. I assume that's it?
It's all I can do.
Okay, perfect. Mary, what are you up to?
Well, seeing as they were dumb enough to buy the last illusion, I'm going to move the illusion of Nair. I hope that is... Oh. Never mind, I got a measurement wrong. Unless I can move it more than I thought.
What are you doing? Sorry.
Oh no, I can. Awesome. So I'm going to use Malleable Illusion to change the illusion from Nair into a door and just move it in place of the door. Hopefully they're dumb enough to think that it's just... Yeah. Just think
Okay.
the door is shut.
Okay. Scooter, there is a door there.
Yes.
It just magically appeared.
I failed the perception check. Scooter actually doesn't know what's going on.
Yep. Everyone's crowded up to the door, and you see an open door to the side of Connor and a second closed door in front of Connor. As far as you can tell, they're trying to figure out how to get inside the hovel and don't know how to open the door.
No, this door's open.
I'm gonna attack the closed door.
Your weapon goes right through it.
Blinks a few times. Shrugs. I'm gonna attack the wall.
Oh no. Go for it.
Well, I
Use a
hope
reroll
you really
damage.
took late the dynamic lighting for this map.
Nope, that's not gonna happen. So,
So that's
You-
actually 11 and 5.
it's a decrepit stone make.
Oh,
It crumbles to dust. You can now see inside the room.
oh.
Unfortunately, I can't, you know.
What? You guys couldn't open door. I made new door.
There was
I
no
made that door. There was no door. Magic.
The party should be able to see inside.
No, there was closed
Um,
door. Now there's open door.
Point-
Problem
point to
fixed.
Open.
Oh lord. All right. Well, I guess that's that. I
See,
think that's everything.
This is like a Looney Tunes skit where there's now a closed door and just a collapsed wall all around it.
And you're on the outside. You can see the open door next to the closed door.
Okay, Mary, at one point we have to do the road runner painting the opening on a wall thing.
We're
Well-
about that point.
The other skitter is going to run up, and it only has a 20-foot movement, so that's its turn. Nair is just going to kind of scratch their head and just, so we're fighting these things, right?
I'd rather not.
Scooter shrugs.
All right.
They couldn't open door. I just made door. I don't know if thing is hostile or not. It looked cute. Maybe pet.
They attacked near. Or the copy.
I guess I'll throw my boomerang. There, I throw their boomerang.
Yeah, you go, boomerang.
Yeah!
And somehow it's not dead.
Really?
Yep. Nair beans this thing directly in the head. Nair just like okay then, woo, and it hits them like square here where you see the little eyes fizzle out to literally nothing for a moment as they kind of.
And
It starts
the
looking around.
seam down the middle of the head just splits.
Yeah, it literally just gave it a hard reboot, blue screen for a minute there. One, two, three, four. Oh no! It gets to attack Scuda because it broke open the thing. Are you ready, Scuda, for the kitty widget to attack you?
This is
First,
where
it's going.
this is where it pulls a 30 attack or something.
First, it's gonna bite you. Does a 12 hit you?
If I wasn't
I don't
wearing
think that even
ar-
hits me.
if I wasn't wearing armor, they would still miss.
All right, now its tail is gonna spark. It's gonna spin around and attempt to hit you with its spark tail.
Ooh,
A
shocking.
9. Wow, it completely missed. Wolf's is gonna sit down. Connor,
Well, I know it's an illusion door. So, although I can't walk past it.
You can walk straight through it if you want to, but you can't see
I,
through it.
I can, but my token couldn't.
Ah,
I fixed it.
Roll. I can't.
I assume you're attacking the one that's right below you.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
I'm going to move in between.
Oh no, you're flanking it. Uh-oh. No, the
Yeah,
illusion's still there, but they can see through it.
Oh, I missed.
Wow. Okay. So your first swing, the thing just kind of moves out of the way. Maybe these things are more dangerous than you give them credit for.
No.
Oh wait, the second it kills it. Never mind.
Connor goes, "Wait, you little!" Just whacks it on the
You
back
swing,
skittles like
you-
it
like-
comes to the floor.
It's not even facing you, right? And you swing the first time, and it like anime dodges out of the way, and you're like, "Oh man!" You get your shield up, and you're like, "All right, let's do this." And you go to swing again, expecting it to move out of the way, and it just turned out it was literally just having a little bit of a spasm in its neck, and it just blows into pieces.
Just skittle it across the room.
I was just checking the wording on something. Yeah, it doesn't have to be the same creature, so I'll turn around and bash this one.
Okay. It is going to make a strength, check against yours. Even though you critically failed, it still rolled a 1, so it gets knocked on its, laurels. Okay, it is now prone. These incredibly ferocious creatures. Hey, Mark.
That's,
Oh, sorry. Anything else you wanted to do?
no, that's me.
Okay.
I'm going to step in the room,
All
get
right.
my bearings, and what the heck? Hang on, no. I have a penalty to attack it from range because it's prone, isn't it?
Yep.
A 5-foot step still free actions in 5e?
No.
Well, you're already moving, so you could just walk into melee.
Alright, I'm going to walk up to it, and because I'm with Connor attacking this thing, I would also get advantage. Which would trigger my
Okay. Go for it.
Yeah.
I wait for your roll.
Piercing 3 with 11 on the sneak attack.
It's dead.
Yeah, I guess I'll take a look
That
around.
combat is over. Continue.
It's my turn. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find the arrow that was somewhere at the back of this hovel after taking the first creature's head clean off.
I'll find my javelins.
Okay. All right, you guys got into a mighty fight with some kitty widgets, and you completely obliterated them.
Scooter looks
And,
confused.
Scudo successfully attacked the hovel and damaged it, so, I mean, there's a plus to there.
Was that really necessary?
Making door,
honestly,
yeah. Making door, yes. Them killing cute mechanical insect, probably not.
Honestly, I thought there was going to be more, and they were going to swarm us.
I was afraid of that too.
Anyway, I recover arrows, and then I head over to the rucksack and take a look at it.
Okay. The rucksack is holding what looks like some basic supplies. So if you want, you can add one set of thieves' tools, a couple rations, and it looks like some damaged journal pages.
We're not going to turn down journal pages, are we?
No, I'm going to take a close look at those.
Okay, go and make investigation.
Why is that?
Not bad.
Oh, the crits on the
On the
four,
four.
not the actual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, man, critting with a 17.
It's a bit.
What are you,
Yeah, a bit-
Connor's initiative? So you open it up, and you kind of open up the notes and start looking through them. At first, you kind of sigh because you realize this isn't a cipher, but you are familiar with this cipher. Give me a second. Let me turn that down because we don't need that right now. You're familiar with this. It's an older one that you can make out. What you are reading is what you gather from it is one of the investigators from the Warning Guild has come here because there have been the mysterious disappearance of the druids in this area. The Warning Guild specifically handles very weird disappearances or unsolvable type of crimes or very strange things going on. And of course, normally the Eldian Reaches is a place they don't like to go because everything is weird and strange inside the Eldian Reaches. But these are specific because these are like archdruids and like higher ups in the druid sects just vanish.
People that don't just vanish.
Yeah, normal people walking into the Feywild, yeah, they will probably vanish if they're an idiot or they don't know what they're doing. People that live here, so
People that essentially run society in the area.
Yeah. The notes that you gather is that he came here and the place was completely empty. 100% empty. The front door was wide open. He came in and he triggered a mechanism that closed the front gate, this front stone door that you guys had went through. And you see a couple of things of him complaining that, oh, great, now I'm stuck in here. Amazing. So, and now he is trying to go through the different hovels. And he says that if he finds any more information, if there's something here that killed everyone, I'm going to be leaving journal entries in each hovel that I go to. If you are from the guild and need any more information or whoever, just please collect my notes. And if I am dead, then you know what to do.
It's turned into a video game.
Yes.
Yay.
And you can't read the signature. It has been munched off by the little things that you guys killed.
Oh.
And if you would like to share that information, you can. But after that, everything's calmed back down.
Mark's going to think over on those words and look to the others. Looks like somebody was investigating the disappearance of the druids, and they said they're going to leave notes in all the different hovels they visit. Might be worth keeping an eye open for.
Yeah, well, we've got another one of the robot men up there.
What'd you
Correction.
say? Oh yes, there are two up there. They are currently cleaning.
By any chance, do you two speak common?
They both turn and look at you.
If I remember right, they don't understand anything.
And they do a weird screeching mechanical noise, and then they go back to what they're doing.
Yeah, worth a try.
Can you just smash them together to make them smarter because they're like clocks, right?
This
That's how that works.
This isn't Fallout Equestria. I fixed it. Doesn't apply.
No, Gaussum is asking that in character because
Sorry.
his understanding of clocks is that they're just gears that go together. So obviously, if you put these things together, they must be more intelligent somehow.
Well, found another.
Connor will shrug. Marcus. Mark will shrug to Gaussum at his suggestion.
Is this one just cleaning?
Yep. They're all just cleaning. Well, you
Anything
guys
else
do what
in
you
there?
want. Nope, nothing else in there. They're just cleaning. Even the ground looks kind of clean. Though it looks like they're cleaning so much that like the grass itself is being removed and there's just dirt.
Just a wall.
Yep. Just a wall.
Okay.
It looks like it used to have stuff in it, but everything's been stripped.
I
I
know
bet if you
there's a
split them
spell for
apart.
this.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Mary's just thinking that he knows there's a spell to understand creatures, but he doesn't have it.
Mark comes around the corner and freezes.
I bet if you split
Oh,
those
hey,
things
there's some more of
apart,
your-
they'd make two bowls that are pretty good.
I agree. And yes, Mark, as you turn on the corner, you see two more of your ballista friends. They're, however, not looking in your direction. They're looking to the left of the map.
I wonder how dumb they are. I could try creating the door again, just in front of them.
Well, cool.
What
They
would
didn't
happen
fall
if
for
we
your
put a
last.
cloak over their heads?
They'd
Yeah,
probably
that's what I
just.
was thinking.
Oh my God.
They'd probably
Gauss,
fire
what'd
and
you say?
blow themselves up.
Sorry, what did you say, Dussel?
I was saying, Gaussum, what'd you say?
What would happen if we put a cloak over their heads?
I mean, let's try it.
Mark steps around the corner at that suggestion.
It's a silly, whimsical thing. So Gaussum, who is still disguised as Nair, is just going to start strutting up to one of them.
Scooter's gonna pull Nair back about 10 extra feet.
So yeah, Mary's gonna try the pull a cloak over their heads thing. He's just gonna create like a box on top of this.
Well,
Or the
let's
illusion
do
of one.
Let's do Gaussum first because he's approaching.
sorry.
Gaussum, it's not looking in your direction at all.
One moment.
And the wolf is just going on ahead.
There is no stealth capability to this guy.
They're not looking at you. They're looking somewhere else.
Yeah, you got better stuff than me.
We'll get back to that. We'll get back to you in a moment. Mary, you said you're going to do something.
Since I think this the same illusion is still running, I'm just going to move it over to on top of this one and just make a box.
Which one?
The closest one.
Okay.
I'd say the only one is in
Um,
reach.
Gaussum, what you see is the thing seems as if it powered off. There's no gears turning. Nothing. It is off. And then, like a box pops over it for no reason.
think it's blind.
I'm pretty sure I know that the box is an illusion.
Yeah.
Wait. These things fire out of the mouth, right?
Sure. So far from what you've seen.
And
Maybe-
can those little loading arms actually reach the front of the mouth part?
You have no idea. You haven't investigated this thing as it is shooting and reloading itself, so you aren't sure of the anatomy of this very weird thing.
He's gonna poke it right quick, see what happens.
It is not functioning.
Just to be safe, then he's gonna take some rope and tie its mouth shut.
While you're working on it, go ahead and make an investigation for me. Nope, go for it. Go ahead and do a dexterity for me to tie it up. See, yeah, that's better.
I didn't mean to
Alright,
click
you-
dexterity save, I just clicked dexterity, but
No, that's fine. It's more than enough because the thing's not moving. Okay. Its mouth is bounded. Scooter, what are you up to?
Looking very confused at what they're trying to do and not quite understanding.
That's fair.
Well, you just did see Gausim stretch his hand through a box and start
Yeah.
doing
Yeah.
stuff to it.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an intelligence or a wisdom save to realize what's going on?
Intelligence.
As far as
Investigation.
what? As far as what? Just like trying to discern what they're doing, that would be an insight.
Ah.
So roll an insight.
That
for
I
me.
have.
Ooh.
Oh,
insight
yeah.
reward.
You've seen these you've seen your party members work before. You're like, "Oh, they're trying to make it so these things don't shoot at us when we walk past it." All right.
Oh, okay. Confused bird, but that's okay.
Mark looks across the scooter. Have they finished trying to provoke it yet?
Hey, I was trying to blind it.
So they didn't react to the wolf, so I think that's safe.
Well, it's gone. You guys don't know where he went. He just went on ahead.
Well, let's try the mark thing again. It's going to turn the illusion back into Mark and have it walk in front of the crossbow thing.
These things are not functioning. They are off. As far as you guys can tell.
There's another one over here. Does this one look like it's off or on?
It looks like it was looking at something, but it's not functioning.
Wow, we went
Uh,
far.
Which way is the tree from here?
North. And Scooter, you're free to move around as you please. As long
Oh,
as
I
you don't
know.
go too
I'm
far.
just
Okay.
really confused. She's gonna escort Nair through here, having seen those things discharge at Mark before, and just try to make sure that as we walk through here, Nair might get a little confused because she's gonna move Nair to the other side of her for away from them, so she knows one is here. She's gonna move Nair to that side. Then if they come over here, she's gonna circle Nair back behind her and move her to that side, and just
Okay.
make sure that in case it goes off, she's between her and it.
Okay. Fair enough. Mark and Connor, please go ahead and make a perception for me. And while you're doing that, Galson, what you up to? Are you doing something to that other one, or are you just walking past it? Oh, walking past it.
no, I was tying it up too. That's why I rolled the dexterity like I did last time.
All right,
I
just let me
rolled
know.
the
Okay.
exact same number the second time.
Works for me. Okay, let's see. All right. Mark and Connor, you both see a couple more of those things, those little bolters that are around. You do see another hovel to the west.
Yeah, that's what I'm
And
just
to the
heading for.
To the north, you see another hovel up there, and to the south, looks like it might be an exit to the from the ruins, but you're not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to head towards this hovel towards the left.
Say our wolf friend went north.
Yeah, we kind of need to get to the center of the grove and stop the thing before the grove implodes.
I'm also concerned about why he wants to be there.
That is odd.
Okay. Mark, as you're looking through, you can see more of those weird one-eyed things that are inside the hovel.
Okay, as I go in, do I see any more signs of the Watcher? Or any of his notes or anything?
Are you gonna look really closely with an investigation, or are you just gonna scan the room really quick?
I'm going to walk around the room, but because I know everybody's concerned about sort of being on the clock, it's going to be sort of a cursory walk around and look
Okay.
in different
Roll
parts of the
perception for
hovel.
me. Oh yeah. You find it almost immediately.
Okay.
One of the pieces of stone in the wall had been removed, and one of the haversacks had been put in there and painted gray. Looks like they were trying to hide it.
Okay.
You open it
awesome.
up. There's a couple more rations. And so you find a couple more rations. You find some more journal pages. The journal pages, these ones are in pristine condition. They haven't been discovered. And you notice that they say that in this specific hovel, he found a necklace. And the necklace looks like it belonged to an archdruid of some way or form. He noticed that when he would wear it, it would strangely split him. That's the best way he was able to describe it. He would put on the necklace and it would give him an out of body experience. He would see himself from the outside. He didn't really understand what was going on, and he said that this requires further testing. What have these druids been up to?
Okay. But there's no sign of the necklace now.
Nope. Also, point of reference, since you pulled that out of there and there was stuff there, all the little eye people notice you do that, and they're now feeling the walls to see if there's any more gifts anywhere.
Aww. Kind of cute.
Do any of them look like they might achieve anything? Or
They're
is
pretty
that...
dumb.
Well, so I'm asking if, as I'm looking around, sort of around them and ahead of where they're looking, do I spot anything else that's of interest? Or no? Okay. In that case, I'll leave the hovel and move to join the rest.
You're just gonna yell back, Mary, get up here! Come. We don't leave you behind. Bad.
Yeah, I was just waiting to see if Nair was going to pass safely with Skuta, or if I was going to have to throw up more illusions to
So,
give something else to shoot at.
as you guys are coming up, so you can stop moving at the moment, you guys hear a sound of wings flapping. And Mark and Connor, because you're in front, you see those two weird statues. Give me a moment. Move some stuff. Yeah.
Right, the golden goats.
Yep. You see those two things land, and each of them have a passenger now.
Oh dear.
Give me a moment. I need to get the.
What two things land?
I'll
You,
get there in a second.
you remember the winged goats from the last
Mhm.
session, the flamethrower elves? They've just come back.
Okay, give me a moment. I have to fix something. Drop those guys down. Mm-mm-mm. Because it didn't save that, I'm just going to put down 2 tokens. They're probably going to look really big when I first put them down, so that's not how big the things actually are. Go. There you go.
I am
So these two medium sized, it look like humanoids. Humanoids made of metal, and on their 2 arms are shields. I'll go ahead and put a picture for you guys to see. They pop down and hold their shields up in front of the rams in a defensive posture. And you see the 2 rams kind of, make a bit of a hoarse noise mechanically as their mouth opens up, their wings spread furled, and you see the little pilot light on their flamethrower just on. They don't look like they're going to be letting you pass this time.
Oh.
I think they got new directions.
Mark dashes back behind this wall and tries to sneak.
Give me a minute. I got to roll their initiative. And then I can start the music back up. All right, let's get their initiative on here.
Bloody hell!
They only get
Those
a
things
plus
are
1.
fast.
I only get a +1. I'm just rolling really well. Oh, that's far more like it. There we go.
And welcome back, Rezel.
Okay. All right, cool. Moment, making sure I didn't make a mistake. Perfect. Okay. First one, its mouth is open, and it is delaying its turn. Nair kind of peeks over. Hey, do we walk past these ones?
I don't think so. They look more aggressive.
All right.
I think
We'll smash
you
them
might.
too.
I think you might get past, but I don't think we'd survive.
It's fine. She holds up her boomerang, this time the metal one, not the wooden one that she bonked the other thing with. I'll smash them.
Huda pops out her chest all proud.
Do we have to smash them?
What's in their mouths?
Do
The
we
rams?
understand what they do?
No, you guys don't know what the Rams do. Nair is going to throw a boomerang at one of the weird sentinels.
Can I roll something to work out that they've got flamethrowers in their mouths?
When it's your turn.
Okay.
Nair misses. Oh, whoops. Connor, you're up.
Go a little over there and say, we mean you get no harm if you let us pass. Any reaction?
Nope.
Mechanical whirring noises.
Worrying noises. Yep. They do not seem to react to you.
Hmm. What do I want to do? I'm going to hold a javelin if for if they do anything hostile.
You have to be more specific than that. If they do anything, what do
anything
you mean?
hostile.
Who specifically? Any of the enemies or the sentinels or who?
Yeah, you can't just
Or are you just
declare.
Any of those.
You can't declare all of them. You have to pick one. You have to pick a specific action by one target.
Yeah.
Okay. That guy.
Okay, works for me. I'll keep that in mind. These guys are about your size, the ones with the shields. It is going to, its eyes in the middle is suddenly going to, and it's going to flash red. It is going to leap up on the back of this one, and its shields are going to be out as if it's waiting for something. Mark?
All right. So you said I could roll something. What was I? Oh yeah, to understand that what's in the goat's mouths are a flamethrower.
Yes. Go ahead and do a perception for me. You're just looking at it from really far away to try to see.
Well, I say
It
I'm
looks
trying
like
to.
It looks like a nozzle.
Okay. In that case, I am going to. I'm going to use my cunning action to dash. So that's 60 feet.
Okay. All right. Dashing behind the hovel.
Does the ballista react to my presence?
No, it's turned off.
Okay, in that case,
It's very
I'm then going
strange
to
that these. It's very strange these things are turned off.
Yeah, tell me about it. I'm going to dash again then around the corner of the hovel.
Okay. Round the corner first. There's a wall there. There's a stone there.
So
All
I
right.
make it to about there in that case.
Okay.
And that would be the end of my turn.
All right. Galson, you're up.
Yes, I am up.
What you up to?
A 30-foot cube, is that just 6 squares, or is that 30 feet on one side?
6 squares. What you looking at?
So, like, that would be a 30-foot cube, then?
No. 30 feet is 6, like...
30-foot
It's
cube
like-
would be there to there.
Yeah, no, it's why I don't like when spells say it's like a fucking cube, because it's like, okay, so is it...
It means
30
it's
feet on one
also
side?
no, it's 30
6 by
30
6.
feet cubed is 30 feet to a side. Yes, that is how mathematically geometry works.
Yeah, 6 by 6.
That is the basics of. I'm not trying to rag on you, but just to explain to the audience, if something says 30-foot cubed, that means it's 30 feet to a side, and it's a 30-foot.
Not 30-foot cubed, it's 30-foot cube.
Yes.
Singular cube.
Yes.
Yeah.
It.
So 6 by 6.
Okay, so basically all of them are going to get blasted with this then.
Okay, what you using?
They're going to have to start making some
Can
saves.
we
good sir.
turn down the bot a little bit?
Oh yeah. Sure.
A little loud.
I'll turn it down by 10%.
There we
There we
go.
go. What spell? Oh, there we go. Hypnotic pattern. Okay, give me a second. Let me read that. Let's see. Okay.
And the material component is basically just a vial filled with like glowing mushroom juice.
Okay. And let me check something here. Perfect. The vibrant colors just impact the area, just and it kind of prismatically flies over all of them. And they seem unaffected.
Great, they're immune to mind affecting effects. Literally like the only thing I do.
Robot tends to.
You do,
Yeah.
however, hear from inside one of the hovels something fall over.
There goes
The
one
little
of the
guy-
one-eyed robots.
Yep, they're not immune. Yes. As constructs, they are immune to charm effects. You can still move if you wish.
I had to shift 5 feet to have line of sight to my target spot.
Oh, fair enough. Connor, I would say right now, the ram is doing an aggressive action toward you. So you said you were going to be holding your javelin.
Yep.
Throw it. That hits. All right. It is going to charge directly at you. And the little guy is still on his back. Okay, he is going to attempt a ram attack on you. First one.
I really want to say something sarcastic about that.
Yeah. Okay. Does a 10 or an 18 hit?
No.
Okay. All right. It is rammed directly into you. So you are able to push it off. Mary, you're up.
Yes. I'm going to do something incredibly stupid and actually step to the side and do my classic "go away." Except this time I'm gonna say, "You went away before. Do it again." I'm gonna shoot a lightning bolt
Okay.
in a straight line, hitting all 4 of them.
Okay. What's the DC it has to make?
Would it be 15? Really
Okay.
should say on a spell card.
Should. All right. So. All right. It is going to attempt the dexterity save.
Yeah, it says a dexterity save. Doesn't say what the target is.
All right. So, Mary, this is what you see. As you step out of the way and point your lightning at it, your lightning flies directly at the sentinel. And when it hits, you see this weird prismatic bubble appear in front of it. as if trying to move who your spell is targeting, but it fails and it takes full damage. So roll damage.
Yep. Oh. I'm gonna do the spell.
All right, you have definitely started peeling off the gold and bronze bits of armor on this thing. Anything else?
I mean, did it hit the other three? It hits everyone in the line unless that absorption thing did stopped it.
Give me a second.
Yeah,
You were
fall,
attacking
say
the one.
100
You were
foot.
attacking the one in the back.
No, I was
It-
shooting a straight line,
It
so
forms
hitting.
a 100-foot line, 5 feet wide.
Oh, okay.
So
I
in
have to roll
theory,
for. Yeah, I have to roll for the one in front now. My bad. Lucky you. And the little guys have to also do their saves. They get advantage, however, because they're
Probably
magic
made
resistant.
of stone.
That one succeeds. That one succeeds. So they take half damage. Okay, well, congratulations. They now notice that, and you can see their eyes just, and they're now all four of them are locked onto Mary.
No, they're not. I'm gonna use the other 25 feet of my movement to hide behind the rock.
Yeah, well, okay, works for me.
And that is my turn.
You all notice the stoned, the one in front of you guys, put its shield up and it began running directly south, Hulk style, and is going to attempt to literally run through this wall.
the Juggernaut.
Scorpion Scooter.
Well, I don't think you're as strong as me, so good luck with that.
And it gets bonus movement and one more strength check. Nope. So you guys hear a little teeny nudge. Scooter, you're up.
Scooter's like, was that supposed to do something?
Well, Scooter's gonna look at what's going on. Sigh, because she thought that they got rid of these things. Sigh even harder because killing them doesn't actually send a soul to anything. And then be flustered that they are just beyond her reach! Scooter will, move here. Actually, Scooter's gonna move here because if it breathes fire, she wants to shield Nier from fire because fire hurts.
That's fair.
And I guess we're yeeting hand axes.
Go for it. $23.
Roll a d3.
Okay. 23 definitely hits. You
Oh.
see the stone golem try to raise its shield in front of the face of the sentinel, but you hit it just up here and on the head.
She's gonna throw another one and be like, "You no cheat for him."
Go for it. This time, deflects it with a shield.
That's my turn.
Okay.
I think you're out of range. Don't you have to move 5 feet closer?
Yes, I should. I have plenty of moves, so my bad.
Yeah, she had enough movement. I thought she moved there at first. Okay.
My bad. I forgot that hand axes don't get further range because you're stronger.
That's fair.
Should.
Let me see. 20. Okay. Sentinel in the back is going to dash. It's going to take directly into the air and do double movement.
That's
I wonder
cheating.
who it's landing behind. Mary.
Oh dear.
Hi, Mary.
Mary's like, every time I do something.
Yeah, they should stop doing things.
You are lucky it had
At
to
least
blow
doing damage.
you're lucky it had to blow its action to get next to you, or you would be getting some fun. But that's all it's doing this turn. There's going to throw its boomerang again. The metal one this time again. Oh, come on! You got that one crit. Now you can't hit anything.
That's with a +6 as well.
Connor, you're up.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to get my sword and swing at the sentinel.
Okay. Go for it. 11. It deflects off of its golden, like bronze chest. I mean, that one hits. You don't have to be rude about it.
Be rude about it. Be rude about it.
Yes, I will be rude about it by throwing in some smiting.
Let's see. 9.
So does Connor ever yell like smite or anything like that, or does he just like he quietly go, please smite them?
Smart! All right, go for it.
Burn them with the silver flame.
You swing into it this second. You swing into it the second time, hearing the booming force of your silvered weapon hitting it, and the thing just kind of, and it falls to the ground, dead.
Okay, then I will.
The little golem just, and it kind of looks around like, uh-oh.
Smash.
All right, it's rearing up. It's holding up its holding up its arms.
Shield pass. So
Fair enough. Nope. Its shield is mightier than your bash.
Oh.
Speaking of which, it's gonna slam into you, or try to at least.
The army of Fiora has a new officer. Welcome, son.
First slam. Nope. Second slam.
Yep.
Hey, 23. That's a 12 damage.
That's 9 damage. That's it. Is it magical bludgeoning?
No,
9.
it's annoying bludgeoning. Does that count for something? that's its turn.
Right.
Mark, you're up.
Right. Cunning action dash.
So you're being the lion this time, right? Are you trying to look for
Yeah,
there?
I was moving around to flank and everybody just bugging off. Curses. I'm going to take standard action to move there.
Works for me. Anything
Ooh,
else?
I can just see this guy, so I'm going to take a shot at him with a bow and arrow.
Go for it. So Connor, what you see is this thing, the stone golem is kind of like doing this to you, and you see Mark from behind, and it goes like this to try to block without looking, but it still hits him in the back of the head.
So
Nice
now he's got
try.
wooden arrow sticking out the back of his stone head.
Get the
Yeah.
road.
Connor was kind of. You were back there.
Oh man. Galston, you're up. And Mary, you're on deck. Eldritch Blast. So first one swings wide. Second one hits him right in the face. His shields don't work well against ranged magical attacks.
Or just ranged axes.
No, yeah. Anything else, Galston?
That's all I got.
All right. Mary, there's a sentinel right next to you, and it looks pretty angry.
Yes, as they so kindly said bye, Mary, he's gonna say, yes, bye, and turn invisible.
Okay.
And he's going to run up to the rest of them, invisible.
Okay. Though if I'm correct, he still gets an attack of opportunity, but it would be at disadvantage because all he can see is your footprints.
Well, if he's just got normal sight, he wouldn't get one because it's based on if you can see. If he's got other sensory things like blind sight or tremor sense or things like that, he'll have a hit.
Okay, fair enough. All right, you ran away. Very bravely ran away.
The cowardly wizard. I'm okay. I'm okay with doing this.
Yeah, he doesn't have blind sight, so he wouldn't be able to see you. Speaking of which, just gotta try again. Okay, that time. Scooter, you're up.
Well, if Connor can take care of that one, and Mary is running like a coward.
I mean, you don't see him running like a coward.
He disappeared.
For all you know, he's walking
I mean,
around
to-
with the 17 in the back.
To be fair, he did give them a good old smack with that lightning bolt.
Okay, I'm gonna make a dex check just to make sure I don't run into Mary on the way by. Nope.
His ass.
I'm okay with being knocked prone for that. Just out of my way.
Mary. All right, Mary, you're prone. Have a nice day.
There's a wizard-shaped indent in the grass now.
Hold on. This could be even worse.
What you doing, Scooter?
Ooh.
Scooter perceives the wizard-shaped indent as she steps on it.
Hey.
and continues going by. Then she's going to pull out ye old axe and explain to this ram creature that she does not like it trying to eat her friend.
To be fair, her friend did kind of earn its ire.
My Wisner!
That definitely hits. That's a bit of a blow.
Oh, that's an action. Okay, I'm fine with that. Ignore that hit.
I mean, but it was a flavor thing though, so I
It
don't
was
know.
a flavor thing. I'm not gonna have it be an action. It's
yeah,
just
but
a
I'm
flavor
fine with
thing.
spending actions for flavor things.
All right.
It's the same reason why I spent half of the last battle dragging a battle mage over to throw her in the toilet.
Right, you saying that? So we need to get you a cloak of billowing.
Oh dear.
Definitely.
Anything else, Scooter?
No, that's it.
Okay. Its turn. It was going to do this to Mary, but unfortunately, you're next to it. Mouth. I needed to make a dexterity saving throw.
So, roast chicken on the menu.
No, we'll see. It depends on if they save or not. Miss Scooter.
Dexterity?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, fuck.
Hey, you're not Connor's dexterity.
Hey, that's not bad.
Hey, you saved it. Congratulations. So, you take half damage, so it doesn't do too much. Yep, 15 halved. It seems surprised that you didn't take much damage from that. Even though it has no facial expression, it just goes like just looks at you like,
Just does that tilt to the head.
Nair's gonna throw the boomerang again. They're going to get it right.
Sooner or
It's
later.
perfect.
That is 5 damage.
Puts a dint in its head.
Connor, you're up.
I will throw some javelins.
While he's doing that, Kung, are you drinking from a conical flask?
Throw them javelins.
Yeah, you are.
Did he stab me in the ass?
No, not this time.
Okay.
That one just kind of hits, bounces off the front.
Yeah, sorry for a bonus.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Mark.
Okay, I'm gonna run to there.
Getting your workout today. Jeez.
Yeah, I was just thinking today's definitely cardio day. And apparently I can't see anything, so
What you trying to look?
can I amend that to moving a couple of squares further up?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I can't see anything to attack. So yeah, Mark's going to finally take a bit of a breather.
It's like,
'Cause-
you guys got this. Perfect. Galsim, you're up. What you up to?
All I can do, cast Eldritch Blast more.
Oh dear.
When you say cast Eldritch Blast,
Not only did you hit, but that one crit. Okay. As this thing is looking surprised at Scuda, it would have a more surprised expression if it didn't now have a hole in its face. It is dead.
That's my turn.
Okie dokie. Barry, you're up.
Well, I was going to haste someone, but the battle seems mostly over. I'm just gonna get back up on my feet, I think.
Okay. Anything
And
else?
just
Is that-
because I can, I'm gonna stand in front of Nair in case something stray goes this way.
Okay. That's it?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Okay. All right, the little golem is going to square up with you, Scuda, and it is going to attempt to slam you with its shield. Going to assume a 16 does not hit.
Think. My head harder than that.
Worrying noises. Scuda, you're up.
Scooter's gonna sigh. We want help. Why you get in way? And how hard would it be to punt this thing?
It's pretty heavy.
Oh, okay.
it doesn't stop.
Then golf axe swing noises.
Go for it. Parries it away with one of the shield arms.
Okay, but it doesn't expect the downswing. Or it does.
Sure about that? So it parries it away and you go for the downswing and it does the whole blade catch thing, but it's like the shields are like,
it just turns you away.
Okay.
laughing robot noises.
That's my turn. God, it's like two immovable objects beating on each other.
Nair's throwing their boomerang again. That's 7 damage.
So, as it's swinging in to try and catch the Scooter's axe, the boomerang just sneaks through the gap and pings off its head.
Yeah, it's like, ha!
Wearing noises of, oh, come on!
Action economy noises. Connor, you're up.
Not quite. to flank.
Nope, not quite flanking. $15. Blocks from behind. 14. This thing is parrying like it's no one's business.
It's almost like his life's on the line.
It's almost like he's literally a walking shield and it's all he's able to do. I think that's it.
Yeah. Tried to bash
All right.
it out of that.
Oh, right.
Right.
Let me roll its Oh no, it fell over.
30-foot move to next to Gelsim. Yay, I can finally see what the hell's going off.
What's taking so long? We're trying to kill this single golem.
That is now prone.
Yes, that is now prone.
cunning action to dash.
Okay.
And yeah, what the heck? As he gets there, Mark just kind of cracks his knuckles and utters the word to use his shocking grasp on it.
Oh no. Okay, go for it.
So I put my hand on it, and yeah,
The whirring stops.
Mark stands there, turns, looks at the fact that he started this mad dash.
Hey, you I think you went full circle.
Yeah, I started this mad dash 20 feet north of where I am.
You moved 20 feet in like 6 combo turns? Impressive.
He's just after that, he just kind of thought flanking was a good idea.
Usually
Yeah.
is.
This is a really weird druid's grove.
These things aren't from the Grove.
Yeah, probably not. Druids don't tend to be all that tech savvy. And these things, like, I couldn't build one of those.
So, Galsim, the more you're exploring this place, the more you're realizing that you're not seeing any of the new normal druidic hallmarks. There's no druidic markings anywhere. There's no like little random living creatures anywhere. And the thing that worries you the most is there is absolutely no sign of a fight. Besides what you guys just did. So whatever happened here did it in a way that completely overpowered the druids in a way that they couldn't fight back.
Yeah, either they were caught by surprise with their pants down, or they were betrayed from within.
Well put. Wolf's still gone, by the way.
Because
Connor retrieves his.
it's kind of hard to put up a fight when your pants are around your ankles because you need to pop a squat.
Oh dear. All right.
Well,
So
Well, I
it's
did
now
say they
quiet
were caught
again.
with their pants down.
It's very true. So
That was quick, Cinder.
the runes go quiet once again.
Scooter dust off the ash.
So remind me, never to get in your way again. That hurts.
So Galsim, at this time you've been kind of looking kind of close to a lot of these weird bolters. You're now kind of noticing why they're not firing. You can see that something's been jammed in the firing mechanism. It looks like it's from a thieves' toolkit. Someone walked through this area and spent the time to disable all these ones over here.
Yep. He's going to take note of that, and he's going to let out a shrill whistle, like the fingers in the corner of the mouse, and just gesture Mark over to take a closer look and point it out to them because that's their area of expertise, not his.
yeah, Mark takes a closer look at what was used to disable the ballista and how it was done.
All right. Since Galson pointed it out to you, go ahead and do an investigation with advantage, because this technically he's helping you. Yeah, that's still fine. The red is because the 4 was a 1.
Yeah.
You're looking in there, and you are thinking, you pull out the bag that you found, and it's missing some of the thieves' tools.
And one of the missing
And
ones is wedged in this particular.
yeah, you're gathering that the person who came in here taking notes to figure out what was going on is the same one that disabled these devices. And with Galson pointing it out to you, you're pretty sure that you would be able to disable these things. Now that he pointed out where to disable them to. So if
Would
you want to
I
take, sorry, go ahead.
would I have to sacrifice any thieves' tools to do it, or would I be able to improvise with other things?
That depends on how high you roll. If you roll high enough, you should be able to disable it. If you roll low enough, you might still disable it, but you would break your tool.
Okay.
Why not just shove a rock in there?
I mean, shut up. Rocks are the primitive thieves' tool.
Hey, it helped Scooter get through a locked door.
That's very true. Connor, he's cleaning.
Any sign of journal things?
Roll an investigation. Nope. I will say that you are captivated by how well this thing is cleaning a stone with a rag.
Polished to a shine.
So
Yep.
I just had a thought. Those little eyeball things, they're all over the place, but they seem to be in places people would kind of hang out in. What if whatever happened turned the druids into those?
Um.
That is a scary thought.
It's concerning.
Well, I mean, if you go into the Feywilds, you can be petting a squirrel 1 second and then it turns into a living top hat the next. It's wild magic is weird.
Understatement of the universe.
Scooter walks up to this one and pats it and see what happens. Like,
Roll a persuasion.
oh no. Oh no.
Oh.
Oh.
You always say, "Oh no," but you hit with the persuasions all the time.
I have a +1. I never understand why I make persuasion checks.
Okay. It stops and it turns over and it reaches up to grab your hand. Do you allow it to do it?
Sure.
Okay. It takes its rag and polishes your right hand. Your little claw things are now translucent slightly. Go ahead and roll a blacksmithing. That's enough. Your nails are hardened.
Good hardened claws.
For the next hour, if you slap someone with that claw, it counts as if it's made of iron.
Oh. Okay.
It
Yeah.
seems pretty pleased with itself, and it goes back to polishing the stone.
Blink, 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 blink.
Mark would like to look for more journal notes.
Inside there? Okay.
Yes,
Investigation.
please.
Connor.
Yes.
Raise shield.
Okay.
She
Is that
slaps
the
the
moment, Mark?
She slaps the shield to find out what it sounds like.
Yeah, you slap the shield almost like a metal hammer hitting a metal shield.
He looks at her hand.
Looks fine.
Shrugs. Thank you.
Mark, you find another journal. This journal, again, was just on the floor inside of a bag. It wasn't well hidden at all. And as you read it, it states that whoever you're following that's making these notes has been wearing the necklace more and more. And he has been finding that it grants him a strange physical form, different from his body, that he can control. However, while he is wearing this, he loses all control of his normal body, which just slumps on the ground. He hasn't tried taking off the necklace after getting this new form, but he thinks he might try it later. It's been allowing him to fly around the ruins and investigate. He sees no signs of life anywhere. It's very strange. You, however, do see a signature at the bottom of this page.
Sorry, bear with me.
No, I'm going to read 4 more paragraphs before you're done typing it.
Okay, so the new form allows him to fly around the ruins. What was the next bit you said?
He's seen no signs of life, and this one actually has his signature on the bottom of his call sign, I guess is the best way of putting it, or code name.
Okay.
Ripple, like a ripple of water. You're aware that when your investigators are doing things, they have code names because you don't want to be stupid and have your real name getting sent around, because that's
That's
incredibly dumb. That's how people
that's
die.
how people find you.
Yes. He said in the notes there is a very large building to the north. However, he has been unable currently to find a way into the tree itself. Whenever he tries to fly close to it with his weird spirit form, he's repelled. And that's it.
Okay.
Right, after that interaction with Scooter, Connor's going to go up to the thing and hold its shield out.
Okay. You are
Does
holding
it
your
polish-
shield out to it.
Polish it?
No, it's doing something else.
Scooter looks at Connor. You have to be nice to it.
Excuse me, could you polish my shield, please?
No response. Okay,
Oh,
we
well.
have an invisible wizard coming up. Anyways, Gaussen, what are you up to?
Gaussen's gonna sit down and take a minute to just rest.
Yeah, that's fair. As you're resting, you're noticing that there is not a lot of. It's not like the place is silent, but you are used to nature. You're very used to sitting down by trees and thinking about things.
Yeah, no, this place
You're
feels wrong.
Oh yeah, but more so than that, you're finding it hard to concentrate and rest. This place is seemingly more than wrong. This place doesn't feel druidic at all, which for a major grove is really bad.
Yeah, so maybe we could start searching the hovels after we seal the rift, because I have a feeling things are about to get really bad if we don't get a move on that.
Scooter walks up to Gaussum with her new iron talon and goes, "Look! The thing made this iron when I petted it."
Oh,
And
they
we as we Mark will stick his head out, and as I understand it, access to the tree is blocked by something. I'd like to know what it is that would be blocking us so we can get past it.
Let's go unblock.
Gausim, go ahead and roll a nature with advantage, hearing about the block. That'll do it. You have heard druids have unnecessary ways of keeping people out of places they don't want to get to. And a block makes perfect sense to you. The best way that you would be able to put it for this place, you haven't heard about what this place would do, but blocks are usually pretty easy to circumvent or get through, but they're just time consuming because druids live for a long time, and if something isn't worth their time, then why not do it?
The big thing is that's like kind of like a door to keep people that aren't supposed to be peeking from peeking. And it's a very slow door to open. Not hard to open, it just takes time.
how much time?
So, yeah, if we can find a way around that, I think it would be helpful.
Well, Gausim, you know that if you once you see the door, you might be able to discern how to do it.
Unless I see the door, I can't really say yay or nay how long it'll take.
Perfect.
And if we can't climb up and over, really the only way in is through the door.
Anyway, Mark would still
Very
like to
true.
have a look in this particular one just to see if there's anything in here.
Oh, I counted both of those as a single hovel as
Okay.
far as finding stuff. Yeah.
Okay, it's just the line of sighting was a bit weird in this one.
Oh, trust me. I know. Gausim, you see far down the left pathway some weird red glimmering coming from that area. Yes, exactly where it was pinged. You see some weird red glimmer.
You know, we did see a blue shimmering stone too. I'm betting those stones probably have something to do with opening the door.
Sounds reasonable.
I mean, so who's going to go and grab the blue one? I suggest two people go in case something happens.
Okay. Let's wait for Scooter to get back. Who currently who is going to go to the red one? Oh, we'll do it that way since Scooter's not here.
I'm obviously
Oh.
going to check it out.
I'll
Okay.
go as well.
So Gausim and Connor, go ahead and go up there. To the left, you see what looks like another exit to the grove from the grove.
Many exits, one entrance.
Mm-hmm.
The
Scooter,
Feywild's fun.
I apologize. My roommate needed me to come check the floor in the living room.
Oh, fun.
The air conditioner has been doing its job really well since we got it repaired. But apparently the energy saving settings made it turn off, and it got up to like 80 something degrees in the other 86, 87 on the other side of the house. And the floor was rising and creaking as you walked across it.
So there's a rift in your house. Gotcha.
Well, no, we determined that we looked up the tiling type, and it's actually designed that way intentionally, so if it gets too hot, it expands and swells, and then if it gets too cold, it contracts back together like a bridge so that it doesn't just brutally crack and break. So we had to like figure out why the floor was doing the
Okay, that's fair.
That's good
Well-
quality tiling though, because that saves you a lot in replacement costs over the years.
Yeah, it's a floating floor.
That just sounds like a horror film. It's the floor is breathing.
Well,
Oh, I thought you
Scooter,
just might have like very bad insulation foam on it that tries to expand like a loaf of bread.
Oh wow. Well, either way, Scooter, what you missed when they were gone is Galsim came up with the idea that that crystal, because he found a red crystal, that blue crystal that you guys originally found, might have something to do with opening a door in the center by the tree. So they want to split the party to have two people go back to mess around with the blue crystal, and they're going to mess around with the red crystal. So do you want to go up to the red one or go back to the blue one?
Well, it appears as though Connor has gone up to the red one, so I will go back to the blue one because we shouldn't put the two people who can take hits in the same spot. I will be right back again.
Fair. Okay.
Very good point.
That's fair. All right. Who all was going back to the blue crystal?
I think I better, since Galsim is taking this one. We probably need one magic person on each one as well.
Okay. That's
And
fair.
while they're doing that, I'm going to look for other notes
Okay.
to see if there's
Sorry.
anything helpful. So I'm going to move up to this next hovel and look.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do this first. Scuda, Mary, and Nair, all three of you are going to the blue crystal, so move there at your leisure. First, we're going to do Galsim.
Because
And
the blue crystal's
Yes?
right back at the entrance.
yes. I'll assume Nair is with you. I'll move her in a minute. We'll get to you in a minute, Mark. Galsim, you were the first one there. This crystal is dull, and it's growing out of the ground.
Dull as in
It's
not
alright.
sharp, or dull as in not lit up?
Not lit up.
Okay.
Well, it's a red crystal, and red is the color of fire, so I'm going to use the cantrip Druidcraft to start a small fire at its base.
Immediately glows bright red. Somewhere far off in the grove, you hear a sound.
Galsim is just going to call out, "Pour water on it!" Like he's going to shout that out for the others.
Do we
Okay.
hear that?
Probably
I can
not.
make the charisma check.
You know what? Sure. See how loud you yell. Oh yeah, you can hear it echoes. Pour water on it, on it, on it. Oh, Scoot and Mary.
Okay.
You guys are both next to that crystal. That one lost your voice. No, that would be mean.
Temporary.
So, what are you guys doing with the crystal? Scuda, you are next to a blue crystal.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Sounded like Galsim. I mean,
Is Mary
he
still
knows the
invisible?
math. He is. You're talking to thin air.
Not the first time.
She looks around,
First time.
confused. Where is the voice of Mary? Mary, are you dead?
Not yet. I'm merely invisible, and I'm choosing to stay that way for now.
Oh. What should I do, Crystal? Should I kick it? Should I touch it? Should I throw it?
I think Galsim yelled pour water on it, so let's do that.
She checks her bag for water, finds a water
You have a
skin,
water skin.
and sprinkle and starts pouring water on it liberally.
Literal, okay. It
Liberally.
absorbs the water liberally. Liberally and literally. It absorbs the water and lights up brightly. And you hear far off somewhere else in the dungeon. And it is glowing brightly.
Should we take it with us or just leave it?
Both of you make a perception, please.
Scuda will try to pick it up.
It is wedged in the ground.
Oh.
You've also been asked to roll a perception.
Yep. Scuda, you bend down to try to pick it up, and you see something out of the corner of your eye. These things, the bolters, are now moving toward you guys.
Mary.
Just run.
So, has anyone seen Ace Ventura where he's running through the woods holding the bat?
With the bat?
With the bat.
Yes!
She grabs Nair and starts running back to the party doing that.
Okay, fair enough. While you're running up there, Mark, go ahead and roll an investigation for me. Not only do you immediately find it, but there is a chest in there as well. That looks like it's been picked already.
Mark will pop open the chest just to see if there's anything left in there.
Quite literally, there's a piece of paper in there that says, "I owe you some loot. Dash Ripple." And you find the journal. It says, "This new form of mine is exquisite. It makes it a lot easier to get around. I tried taking off the necklace, and it was a bit worrying. I began to become insubstantial. I believe if it wasn't for putting the necklace back on quickly, I'd be a ghost. It's very worrying. I think I figured out how to open the door. I'm hearing some noises coming from the tree. I need to investigate further. I feel sorry for the druids. I found one of them. And that's the end of the letter.
And what did he say about the tree?
He's still trying to get in there. He said he heard something weird coming from the tree. And while you're reading that and looking there, Gausim and Connor, you see Scuda holding Nair run directly up to you. You don't see Mary because he's invisible.
Crossbow thing's moving. Sets Nair down.
Are they fast or are they slow?
Shrug?
From Nijo. They didn't seem very fast. You don't need to be when you shoot things as your normal attack.
Connor goes over here to have a look, bumping into Mary as he goes.
Could you please stop that?
Well, drop the spell then.
We're about to get attacked by living crossbows. I'd rather not.
Shame I don't have a sack of flour.
Mark rolls his eyes.
How
What did
would
you
sack
do?
of flour help you against living crossbow?
At that
Galson?
point, Connor goes into his bag and gets out a little bag of flour.
Gausim,
Yes?
Nair walks up to you and gives you a very small bag and a couple flowers. Would this help?
It was more a joke about the invisible man, because if we throw a lot of flour, he'll get coated in it and he'll just be like a white spooky ghost.
Oh, you can
Look,
still have
if
my
he-
flowers.
One second.
Anyways, you guys don't see anything from the south. If these things are approaching you, they're doing it real slow.
How about we walk away from this particular area at a brisk pace?
Yes,
I quite agree.
let's head towards the tree a little bit further.
You guys are free to continue moving north.
He walked into me that time.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't be so shiny
Hmm.
or something.
Connor, as
This
soon
is
as you walk up there, you hear a click, 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 over and over and over again.
Oh, I guess that one's out of bolts.
Seems so.
yeah. And that one.
That one's not firing.
Do you think they're out?
Sounds that way.
Oh look,
Well, I found our friend.
Yep. You guys round the corner and you do see the wolf just sitting there with its paw up to its chin, looking around. Just looks like it's thinking.
Should I?
What?
Oh, Marius
Oh,
said maybe
okay,
we should
slow
ask
down.
them.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, he's just kind of there. Looks like he's just thinking. Oh, hey.
thinking about.
Trying to see which way to go. Not really sure.
Yeah.
Heard a couple of noises a bit ago.
Yeah, that was probably us.
That was some of the steps to probably, maybe, potentially, perhaps open the door. I don't know. I have a good
That'd be
feeling
good.
about it, though.
Oh. Which way do you guys want me to go?
You
That
are an
way,
awesome
any point.
person.
Hi, Argo Demon. Thank you for the raid.
Ooh, we got raided.
Yeah, thanks for
Thank you for the raid.
Only on Twitch are you glad to be raided.
Yeah, we offer them popcorn and sodas, and sometimes ice cream.
Ooh.
All right. Well, the wolf's going this way.
So Mark's going to wander down this path, the north path, just to see if there's any more bulbs or anything that need dealing with.
Fair enough. All right, so let's do this one at a time now, just so we can, because everyone looks like they're spreading up. Welcome, everyone. Hope you're having a good day. All right, Galson, you're going that way. Go ahead and do
Yeah,
a
I was gonna
perception as
stick
you
with the
walk in
wolf.
for me. Yeah, go for it.
And you said perception, yes?
Yes, sir. That's fair. You do see the hovel to the north side, and you definitely see where the wolf went. He went down the pathway to the south. As you go over there, you see what looks like one of the roots from the tree.
He's gonna take a look at the root. Does it look like it's in any way, shape, or form bad, or
Go ahead and make a nature check as you touch it and kind of, see what's going on. Something you can't. At first, you can't put your finger on what's wrong with the tree, and then when you touch it, you find the root is hollow.
Did Galson just disappear for everybody else?
He went somewhere else. He split up
Oh.
from you guys.
Yep.
So, yeah, Galson, the root has been. It's just nothing there. There's just an outer shell.
He's somewhere over
does
there.
it look like it could be opened?
Well, the root itself, it's just hollow.
Okay, I
It's
thought
like
it might be like a hollow tree kind of thing.
Oh no, it literally looks like the root was there, just kind of burrowed into the ground. It looks like something just sucked whatever was inside of it out of it dry, and it's just a skin of a tree. You do, however, see a gemstone.
This one's,
one's
yellow.
yellow.
I have a feeling I know how to get this one to turn
you
on.
dare. We'll get back to you in a minute.
That's exactly what his thought is.
Pour some
Yeah,
water on it.
No, no.
Water ain't
Um,
yellow, son.
All right,
No.
we'll get to the rest of you guys in a moment, so you can stop right there. Scooter,
Yes.
let's go for you. Go ahead and roll a perception for me as you're walking south down there.
Scooter has no idea why we naturally just went in random directions, but okay.
Okay. You see a bit of greenery and some more of those weird creatures that polished your hand. Very weird. And Nair's just following you. You have the sneaking suspicion something's watching you, however.
Hmm.
Something familiar.
Something familiar.
Yes.
She looks
Can't
around,
exactly tell what.
looks around a little confused.
As you begin to look around, the feeling vanishes.
Hmm.
Hey, what's wrong?
Just thought someone familiar watching us, that's all.
I'm watching you. I'm familiar.
Yes, you are. She
Okay, then.
she gives Nira a hug. And I guess holds her hand as they walk down this pathway together.
Okay, that's fair. Go ahead and go all the way down to the south end. I'll move Nair while I can. Doing other things in the background. As you make your way all the way to the south, you locate a chest.
My chest back here. She kind of looks
Ooh.
around with nothing guarded.
The one by the river didn't have anything guarding it.
True. She's
I could
gonna
try opening it.
walk up and poke it with her axe a few times.
Okay, make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh no. I'm actually good at that. Probably gonna fail.
You suddenly feel yourself just hook forward. And you're somewhere else. Should be noted that right in front of you should be a wall, but for some reason it's not there.
Okay.
Just still
You
holding
hear-
his.
You hear Nair just go, Scooter?
Oh, Nair, poke chest.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw. Watch her succeed and not be able to teleport over to you.
Just relax. Let happen.
Okay.
I am as confused as you, but we here now?
So there should be a door there. What the door looks like is it is the 4 seasons. And 2 of them are currently glowing brightly.
I'm sorry, you said 4 seasons and I'm resisting the urge to snicker.
I'm going to see what Mark is doing now.
You're welcome.
All
As
right,
soon as you say
Mark
4
Connor
seasons
and
like that, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I get it. Mark Connor and Mary.
Mark, look back to the other two. Hey, there's a green gem over there.
Yeah.
What do you think? Any ideas what that might be?
Well, if the other one was fire and the other one was water, I don't know. Have we got any poison?
Could be plants too.
You know,
Life.
wondering about life.
Yes, it's a druid's grove. That makes more sense.
I think we might need Gausim for this one. I can't really heal. Or poison, for that matter.
Healing might do it. Ooh, healing might do it.
Yeah, that's an idea.
Acid tends to be green for some reason.
Mark walks up to it, reaches into his pack. Now, to decide which one.
Mark, if you're doing what I think fit, let me try something first.
Okay.
I go and touch it and give it 1 HP.
Roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh dear.
It wants a little bit more than just 1 HP.
It's like, is that all you got?
You put your divine essence into it to heal it, and it outright rejects it. And you take 10 points of necrotic damage.
Okay, that was a bad idea.
We'll get back to you guys in a... Oh, actually, Mark, you want to try something?
Yeah. Where are they? Ah, God, I've still got 2. Mark takes one of his standard potions of healing and pours it over the gem.
Which healing potion?
There's one of the, he's got 2 standard ones. Yeah, I'm trying to work out if the other one is actually the key, but I'm going to try standard one first.
Okay.
Do you actually roll the healing or?
No. You pour it on there. This is a natural healing potion. So, yes, it works. It glows brightly.
Well, that's one more down.
Druids heal things naturally.
Cool. And
Now let's get back to Gausim. While you
yeah,
guys are waiting.
I'm just going to say. Meantime, Mark starts walking back towards the middle where we split up.
All right. Gausim, what are you gonna do?
Would Gausim be smart enough to realize that that is not the solution to this?
I'd hope so. So, what you gonna do?
Like I was saying, is Gausim smart enough to go, yeah, no, druids wouldn't make that the solution to this?
Roll intelligence.
Woo!
Well, druids have done weirder things.
Mary, I'm going to suggest pulling back from there, as from what I've just seen in that hovel. I think Daz might want to interject on us passing past that point.
Yeah.
That was meant to be perception. I clicked the wrong thing.
All right. What are you doing for perception?
He's just smelling the air some to see if that smell is here.
No.
Okay. Red was fire. Blue was water. What are you supposed to be?
Is he muttering out loud or?
Oh yeah, no. He is hemming and he is hawing about it because he is trying to figure it out.
I might know the thing though.
Do I hear him from this distance?
I'd assume so.
What color is your gem?
Yellow. And before you say no, it doesn't smell like that over here.
I'm just saying the traditional 4 elements are earth, wind, and fire. And water. And we've tried water and fire, so we could try earth for the green one and air for the yellow one. Not sure how yellow is air, but I'm pretty sure green is earth. Should really be brown though.
Green one's already lit up.
Well, I hate to imagine what Gaston would have done if it was brown.
He would have gotten a handful of dirt. He's not.
Maybe.
So you said the other one was green. How'd y'all turn that on?
Healing potion.
Yeah, speaking
Is
of
that-
which, Joel, yeah, I'm having a healing potion.
What was that,
Is
Gaussum?
that enough to connect the dots on what the crystals are for?
Roll an insight.
Wow,
Druids
roll
are weird,
20
man.
years.
Druids are weird, man.
Maybe we should pour beer.
Can I roll an insight to connect the dots?
Sure, go for it. These might be the 4 seasons.
I think we're looking at the 4 seasons. Fire was probably summer. Healing spring, maybe?
So we're looking for
Water,
winter then.
water was probably winter.
Alcim is going to bust out the Druidcraft again, and he is going to create the sensory effect of falling leaves on the crystal.
Ooh. Okay.
Um,
Ooh, very deep sound echoes throughout the place. As you do that, Scuda, the door in front of you that's supposed to be there, you see the 4 seasons go and the stone door sinks into the ground. What you see before you is the base of an immense tree that has an opening to it. There is a brief bit of light that's prismatic that is coming from the inside of the base of the tree. If you're saying anything, Fiora, I can't hear you.
Nair, I think we found the tree.
Nair is seemingly slightly unresponsive. She's staring into the tree.
She holds Nair's hand tightly. Nair, you okay?
Hello. Yeah, sorry, I'm staring.
No.
What's going on? Oh, the door's down. Ha!
I think we found tree. And staring is appropriate.
Okay. Are you gonna wait for everyone, or you walk in?
Scuda has no idea how to tell them where she is.
Have you heard any of the shouting that's been going off?
Could start shouting, I'm over here!
I can honestly say probably not.
Nope.
She's gonna just hold Nair's hand tightly and slowly walk forward.
Okay. We'll get back to you guys in a minute because you guys are entering the tree first. So I'll get back to you shortly. So the rest of you, Wolf is walking back up. You guys hear the 4 sounds, and you all hear a sound of stone moving, and then nothing.
I'm surprised we didn't hear an announcement.
Really?
The train station is arriving in 4.
Happy Hunger Games, and may the odds forever be in your favor.
Will
Welcome to
Mr.
the Four Seasons.
Santiosis- Will Mr. Santiosis, please come to gate B4. You're anyways. So what are you guys doing? There is a hovel to the north.
Going to investigate it. And then I'm going to regret investigating it.
Okay. So you're popping in, you're just opening the door.
Yep, I'm going to open the door, peer in.
Okay. So what you see when you look in is you see another one of those little teeny sparky lizards, a bigger sparky lizard, and several bolters.
Do you react at all?
No, it looks like the big one is talking to the little ones in weird clicking noises. You do, however, see a journal in the top left of the room itself. You would have to enter the room with these things to be able to get at it and read it.
Mark's going to sidestep just to get an idea of what the rest of the room looks like, and then
There are 2 of the small lizards. There's one big one that you haven't seen yet, and there are 4 bolters in the room.
at which point Mark carefully closes the door, steps over to Connor. So there's another journal in there, but there's 2 of those little sparky things, a big version of them, and 4 ballistas in there.
Oh dear. Uh,
What do we
It's
feel
only-
about? Sorry?
it's only a urinal. Not worth dying for.
I mean, there may be other things in there. I mean, apparently this guy owes me some loot. He's been writing them.
Why didn't I just pick
He
it?
even shows the IOU card that was left.
Oh, well, where you guys are thinking about what you want to do, Gaussum, what you up to? So you'll move it into the left there.
Yeah, they're talking about like searching that room for loot. Gelsum's just gonna like gently whistle as he walks away.
That works.
I
Nothing.
mean,
You're talking about going inside the room.
sorry.
Nothing. Connor asked what he missed in the chat. So
Yeah, Gauss
you guys-
is his priority is getting to the center of the grove to fix the tree.
that's fair. So, what are you guys doing?
So, just to relate to final sight, Mark's gone up to the hovel, opened the door, kind of peered through the door, closed the door, come back to you and explained that there's 2 more of those little zappy mechanical lizard things, a bigger version, and 4 ballistas in there. But there's another journal pack in there as well. He's wanting to know what Connor's opinions on it is.
I'll get while you guys are talking with that. I'll get to you in a moment, Gaussum, until they're done talking.
They didn't react to seeing you.
No, if I didn't know better, I'd say the big lizard thing was talking to the little ones.
Where was the journal in relation to all of them? Because can't you do your magic hand thing?
Ooh.
Would how far away from the door was the journal pack?
Right next to the most left catapult or bolter. "35 feet." Are you going to risk it, Mr. Mark?
Have to step in to use it.
Yeah.
My range is
Gonna
30
try
feet.
that. Gonna try that stealth, Mr. Rogue?
I think so. I'm going to cast the hand in invisible mode.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I'm going to try and be sneaky.
All right, roll your stealth, and I shall roll the daddy's perception.
That's beatable.
He's currently too distracted talking to the little ones.
Joy.
So, yes, slips in just close enough and instructs the hand to grab the the pack and bring it back to him.
Okay. I'm going to
That
roll
done?
one more perception
Okay.
to see if. Actually, go ahead and roll a sleight of hand for the hand. It is invisible, so I'd let you roll with advantage.
Cool, cool, cool. Oh, good grief. It's a good job. So,
It kind of it starts seeing this journal just kind of float.
so as soon as the hand's back in range, seeing as Mark himself is still sneaky, Mark's going to step back outside,
Mm-hmm.
let the hand come through, and quickly shut the door.
Okay, let me roll this thing's intelligence and see if it wants to attack it or not. Okay, no, it's just a weird floating book. Oddly, it's seen stranger before. Not
Mark,
attacking weird floating books is why this thing has gotten to an adult age.
so Mark pauses for a second, listening very intently for any sign of hostile action in there.
Nope. You have
And
a
after
journal.
deciding after a few moments that he's gotten away with it, then he'll read the journal.
Okay. We'll get to you in a moment. Gaussen, roll perception for me. Okay, fair enough. You are able to continue moving all the way down to the furthest south. And while you're down there, because you can go all the way down, and you turn, you see a wooden chest.
He's gonna open it. There's, it's an open chest.
No, it's not open.
It's a wooden chest. It's not got a lock on it, does it?
Nope. Roll wisdom saving. Roll a wisdom saving throw. You feel yourself suddenly get jerked forward. You don't see Scooter and Nair. They're just there because they're there. You jump forward and you see the wolf. And he's like, oh, hey. Scare me like that. I thought only Mary could turn invisible.
I didn't turn invisible.
Sure.
I poked a box. I'm surprised they didn't just make it a chair. That would be much more comfortable. You sit down and then you stand up over here.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Literally has no idea what you mean. All right.
Huh.
It's
Fey
tricky.
things, I guess, then.
I'm gonna go in the tree. Bye. do 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 do.
Oh no,
He's just
he's just gonna like strut saunter in with the wolf.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Mark, you are reading the journal. It's also in good condition. It says specifically, I found all the druids. Unfortunately, all that was left was bones. I don't know how to assist them religiously. And I don't know if this was the right thing to do, but I buried all of them in the ground. In one place.
So what you're telling me is that Galsim incinerated the bones of the druids.
I did no such thing. I grabbed the skulls so that they couldn't be skeletons because the bones were just sitting on the ground.
The wolf is the
Yeah.
one that glassed
yeah.
everything.
Fair
It
enough.
says that he was finally able to get inside the tree, and there's a weird crack inside of it that seems to be acting very weirdly. He set up a workstation in there and he's currently experimenting with it. He has found that the current new form he has when wearing the necklace allows him to go into the rift and explore. It seems there's a weird bit of time dilation when he goes in there. When he comes in and then he pops back into the grove, sometimes days or even longer have passed. But he always keeps his body sitting in a chair, keeping it safe. He has tried to experiment with different things that his new body can do. It's a very strange body. He still hasn't really completely been able to look at himself yet. But the strangest part is he hasn't found any more of these necklaces anywhere. And he says that sometimes the necklace just seemingly slips off of him and he doesn't understand why. There's been a couple times where he forgot to put the necklace back on or he took it off absentmindedly and he was nearly not able to get it back on in time. And that's all that's there. So, Mark, Connor, and Mary, what are you guys doing? The wolf's gone again, by the way. Surprise, surprise.
Mary is reading this too.
You can't. You don't know the cipher.
Oh, right.
correct.
Never mind.
Yep. It's in code. To you, Mary, it looks like a very strange shopping list with lettuce and everything on it.
But Mark will translate as he's reading, and then
Okay.
that done. Yeah, he's going to follow the only path that they've not explored, presumably eventually leading to that one chest.
The one to the. Oh, okay, fair enough. For brevity, you guys are going through that pathway. Everyone who goes to that pathway, make a perception for me. With the exception of Mary. So I need Connor and Mark to both make perceptions. You two feel like you're being watched.
Do you feel something?
Yeah, something's watching us.
Can Mark get a sense on the direction we're being watched from?
Nope. Whatever this thing is you're just barely able to perceive that it's watching you.
Where did you guys go?
Be careful.
Oh, there. All
So
right.
go left. There you are. Yeah, we're south of you. I take it other than that, we just land at the chest.
Yep. And for brevity, I assume you guys touch it and you guys are at the mouth of the tree. So this is what we're going to do. You guys are going to enter the tree. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-15 minute break right now. That's
Oh.
we're about 3 hours in.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
say,
sorry.
Scooter and Neil walked in like 10 minutes
I know.
ago.
So what's going to happen is when you guys enter the tree, you guys are going to get rain to do whatever you want in that tree for a while, and then Gaussum and the wolf are going to show up later, and then they're going to show up last. So it's going to be like a time dilation
Okay.
where you guys, since you win it. So we'll get to that. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, 10-15 minutes, and when we get back, we will see what is inside one of the trees of life.
That was good. No,
It-
doesn't sound particularly good with this one, but yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
In before Scooter gets the alleged cursed medallion.
All right, it is time to switch off of this incredibly huge map. Go to the other one. That's far smaller. Ooh. So how you guys feeling? You guys having fun?
As
Oh,
I
yeah.
can. Again, like I run into that issue because we always just keep pushing and pushing and never take short rests. That after I run out of my 2 spells, I'm basically just throwing cantrips, so I'm just a worse sorcerer.
That's fair.
mean,
I mean, and I
yes.
understand that. This specific thing was a bit of a time crunch. But yeah.
You see,
I
your
understand.
character can suggest short rests.
Not during this because we are fighting against time to save the grove.
Fair
It's
point.
true. It's very true. So what I'm going to end up doing in this area is you all are going to be on the map. Well, I'll get to that when we get back from break. Let's see what we have there.
I'll just grab some food real quick then.
Okay. I'll just put going in afterwards. And wolf. Oh. Change everyone's vision to this. Ooh.
That feels like. This is what it feels like today.
Hoopity.
You say Ubida, Ubida, Ubida?
I said hoopity. How?
You're a bad person. You should feel bad.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I don't mean to be bad.
I'm teasing you.
I know. Wow, so you guys entered. I wasn't expecting people to sporadically walk in. So that's fun. Oh, you should see the current map, by the way.
Okay.
It should be far less laggy now that it's small. Ah.
Well, no, toggling the a setting in Google Chrome for hardware acceleration fixed that problem.
Oh, sweet. That's good. Oddly enough, mine runs Mine runs better when it's on, as opposed to off.
Oh no, I had to turn the hardware acceleration on to fix that problem.
Oh, on.
It's
Gotcha.
just I've had issues with Chrome before when hardware acceleration is on, where it'll just eat like tons and tons of RAM.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
But that was years ago when they were still having the memory leak issues with it.
There we go. I've had the Ninja Turtles arcade boss song stuck in my head for a week.
How's that going?
Great. I think the problem was I was listening to random arcade music on my phone while I was working, and it just so happened that someone uploaded like a 2 hour long version of it, and I wasn't able to pull myself away to switch the song I was on. So now it's forever in my brain.
Forever in your brain, forever and ever.
Yes. I might be getting a new profile picture. I'm so happy.
Oh,
No.
Yes. Oops, that's not how to spell that word.
well, isn't that a shiny and mystical looking rift?
Stab it with the spear.
I'm also going to hazard a guess that Ripple's not coming back from his latest ghostly form trip.
Don't know. All you know is that so far, without that necklace, he starts to become insubstantial. It's a
I'm
very
just looking
weird
at
necklace.
that. I'm looking at that trail of blood and a rather dead body in the corner.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. Don't worry about it, sweetie. He's okay. It's just marmalade. He tripped because the sandwich was so good.
In a few minutes, he'll walk it off.
Anyways, I'm ready if everyone else is ready.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, if we're ready, Scuda, you are the first to. See, are we back on stream? Let's make sure.
We are now.
Okay, Scuda, you and Nair are the first two to enter the tree. You may see the rest of the people back there, but that's just because I wanted to see what's going on. There is a vibrant crack in the ground in front of you. Off to the right, you see what looks like a workstation, a lot of blood, and a body against the corner.
Yuda looks a little confused. And motions Nair to come with her, but goes, "Don't touch anything.
I wasn't going to. I don't like blood.
It's less blood and more. I worry that stuff on workstation might explode." Explode, right word? Yes, explode, right word. She kind of gets down and starts trying to look at the body to figure out how he died.
Go ahead and do a medicine.
Oh boy! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That's a dead body.
No, without
as
medicine
far-
check, he's
okay.
alive.
From your professional opinion, professional Dr. Bird, MD, died from loss of blood.
That is usually a okay.
I mean, to be fair, it is a concept that she's seen a lot.
I mean,
and
it-
a lot.
go ahead and do an investigation now, because I assume you want to look at the body besides trying to figure out how it is. Like, okay, it died
This is
from
gonna
loss
be
of
worse.
blood.
Surprisingly not.
You're looking at them and you're like, they have weird fashion taste. Missing all of clothes right here. Scraps of clothes everywhere. Strange fashion taste. So weird.
Scooter will check their pockets, not for loose change, but for clues.
Sure. I'll let you do another investigation because you're really trying. Nair is going to help you and just go, actually try touching body this time.
She's kind of rifling through him, looking him over.
Wow!
This is not your investigation.
No, everything's fine. Everything's normal. Nothing suspicious. or
Scooter
strange here.
shrugs, wipes her
Try
talons.
persuading it.
So you hunch down and try to find pockets, and you're like, you reach down to the one thing you think is a pocket that's a gaping hole somewhere in the chest, and you're like, there's nothing here but blood.
Scooter wipes her talons on his pants and gets
Oh, I
up
found a
and
kidney.
goes and looks at the desk to see what's on the desk.
There is an open journal, a mirror, and what looks like a pair of spectacles.
Nair, can you read this?
I can try.
She touches the journal and like feels it up and makes sure that it's not, and turns it to the first page, just making sure that it's not going to like have like, I don't know, explosive runes on it.
Sure. Nair is going to attempt intelligence to decipher the cipher. Like mother, like daughter.
We're having one of them days.
She looks at it and she nods, flipping through a few pages, flipping back, and closes the book and puts it down. It's a book.
I think you guys need to wait for the wizard, and by that I mean wait for Mark.
Anyone
A book.
who
I've
could
read several on
read.
the subject.
She points over at the gaping hole into the cosmos. You know what that is?
I think I'm supposed to do something with it.
But you don't know what?
No.
Oh. That bad. Because
I
I
can
don't know what either.
Try. I can try.
Hmm. I don't even know if we can leave.
So there's a door down there to the south.
Yeah, but I don't know if door let us back through.
Oh.
Should have checked that.
Roll something for Nair. You kind of look over to the south, and you see Nair. You do a quick look over, and when you look back, Nair is already halfway over to the rift, just kind of stumbling forward.
Nair, no. We need to know what do first, and not, she points at dead body. End up like him. Unless you know what do.
You see Nair hold their hand out as the spear just kind of. They're still not responsive to you. Something's going on with Nair.
You will physically restrain the small?
All right, your strength versus Nair's. Let's see who wins. Go for it.
Near it.
All right, roll your strength check.
Locked in place.
You've lifted
Oh, bugger.
frying pans that gave more resistance than that.
So she just lets Nair keep walking and just picks her up by her armpits and lets her keep trying to walk forward.
At about this time, Gausim, you and Wolf enter. You see the massive crack. You see the body to the right side with a work desk, blood everywhere. And you see Scuda holding up Nair as Nair is looking like they're just walking in the middle of the air, like a cartoon.
I thought you were supposed to stab it with that spear.
We don't know what do. And I'm trying not Nair not end up like guy in corner.
I don't think we actually discussed what Nair is supposed to do.
Nope. Gausim kind of knows, though.
Maybe the
I
book
mean,
has-
it's a spear. It's you stab things with it. Can't you throw a spear and you said it like comes back, right?
That boomerang.
No, but Nair's spear is special. They tried to put it down and it came back to their hand that first night. So if they throw it at the thing and it stabs the thing, it'll still come back.
Right, but can you read book? Because we can't figure out book. Or find out if he has something on him. Tell us what this is. She looks over. It looked like void into stars.
Gausim's going to point at it. That is the rift that we are here to seal.
You guys hear that?
Hear what? Us arguing?
Oh, something else. It's grinding.
I don't hear grinding, but if you hear grinding, that's a bad sound. Things aren't supposed to be grinding.
You guys, well, 4, I guess, NPCs included, begin to hear this weird grinding sound as you see as these two metallic claws pop up from the rift as this rather large creature, blood still caked from its mouth, pulls itself up out of the rift.
Oh.
Would Nair be able to throw her spear at the rift to try to cut it in half?
Wait a minute.
You moved the rift.
I know I did, unfortunately. Yeah, get back down there. Back down there. There you go. Might have to move this to the map layer. There. Can you guys still see it? Hopefully.
Yes.
Good. So Scuda, what you see in front of you now, I'll post a picture. Is this massive lizard-like thing. It is gigantic.
That's bad.
Mouth dripping with blood. It looks pretty upset. And it's looking directly at you and Nair. So currently, because you are holding her, I'm going to have to give you a choice. You can either attempt a Constitution saving throw, and Nair is going to fail it because you are grappling her, or you can hold her behind you and take the hit.
From what?
What it's about to do.
Oh. I yeet the child.
Where you throwing her?
Anywhere.
Roll a strength.
Oh, I yeet the child. What? I throw them to Gossam. Or Galsum. She says Gossam.
Okay.
It's pronounced Gossam. Gossam, I know.
Out there. So, Galsum, what you see as the creature's mouth just make a Constitution saving throw, Scuda, for me, please. And this is going to start.
I'm just imagining as Nair is thrown, she goes, "Oh, I guess I'm going over here then."
Okay, that is actually a fail for its stunning roar. I'm going to add it to the initiative, and then I'll show you how much damage it does.
You say stunning roar and it does damage?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
That's not how it's supposed to work.
I need to roll its initiative. Oh, that ain't good. Okay, stunning roar.
Oh,
All
I
right,
did not
so
mean to click that, but okay.
It's fine. It opens its mouth, and you just see this blast of just raw, roaring energy hit you directly. You take 23 points of damage. Oh, did we lose somebody?
Russell.
Yeah,
Internet.
Russell, he warned
Yep.
us.
Yeah. You take that damage, and you are stunned for 1 minute. You can make savings at the end of each of your turns to try to get through it, but you're considered to be stunned.
So is this thing still kind of halfway through the rift at the minute?
Oh, it's pulled itself out.
Okay.
Give me just a moment while I check something. Okay. Its turn is first. It is going to roll to see if it gets its stunning ability back. Yes, it does. All right, Scuda, you are considered stunned, so its attacks against you get advantage. Moving directly next to you, first one is going to be a bite attack. I assume a 27 hits.
Yeah.
All right, that is 11 points of piercing damage. Second attack.
Exactly, Chad. I always choose option 3. Yeet the child.
Mm-hmm. 18 more damage, slashing.
Okay.
Last claw attack. 19 more slashing damage.
Dead.
Well, unconscious. So, Gaussen, you see Scuda throw the kid, and then Scuda falls to the ground.
And this is why you don't split party.
Well, it's okay
Even
with
if we
that.
split the party, none of us can take those attacks.
Yeah.
Not even you with your damage reduction can take those attacks.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
I mean, the fact that only
Wolf.
one of those 3 rolls was, or one of those 6 rolls was below your armor class.
Wolf is going to use 3rd level healing word on Scuda. Oh, really? He's only on initiative? Everyone should
Yeah,
be.
on my end, I only see the dragon on
Yes.
it.
Yeah, our initiative is from the previous map.
We've changed maps, which means
Oh.
as players we can't see previous initiative.
Let's see. Cinder, is there a way of fixing this easily?
I think it's a limitation of roll 20.
I mean, we could all just roll again, and then you can adjust to the old values. We posted a picture. I think
Sure, we
Cinder did.
can just do that. That'll make things easier. I'm gonna have Cinder look at it first, though. Oh.
I mean, or are you going to just manually put the initiatives in, I guess? I'm guessing.
Yep.
Okay.
Make it easier this way. Anyways, so Wolf. Yeah, sure. Scooter, you heal for 15. You are conscious.
Did someone get dragon name that ran me over?
Okay. Bonus action, Wolf is going to use Harness Divine Power to get a level 2 back. This isn't good at all.
No shit.
Connor, you arrive in the battlefield.
I see what's going down.
Yes, you see Scuda marred and this huge metallic creature. Just blood all in its mouth.
Okay, I am going to use an action to channel Divinity Unshackle.
Okay.
Move 40 and look up the distance on this spell.
Did you use your
I
action
mean,
already?
You
It's a
did.
bonus action spell.
Oh, it's bonus action. Fair enough.
Yeah, Misty Step.
Fair enough.
And that's me done.
Okay. Mark, you arrive. You
I
arrive and you
arrive.
see the paladin. Woof poof. Sorry, woof woof poof. There we go.
Yeah, shit is. All right.
How long is-
Sorry.
No, Mary. Go ahead. No, Mary.
All right. I step forwards.
Wait, how did Connor get from here to there?
Yeah.
Unshackling gives me 10 extra movement speed, and then Misty Step
then-
for 30.
Yep. So he can move 70 in one turn when he does that.
Oh, okay.
But it burns a second level spell slot.
Yep.
Anyway, so I've done that, and from there I am going to fire my short bow at it.
Your short bow. All right.
That one lands somewhere in the tree, but goodness knows where.
You see the big creature, you're like, shit. You do, however, notice that the part of the tree that you do hit, just kind of, and you can see sunlight from outside. This tree is
Oh,
very
great.
hollow.
That arrow's lost.
Yep, gone forever.
Okay, I'll make a note of that. That ends my turn.
Gaussen.
Nair, please throw your spear at the rift. And then he is going to move up here, and he is going to do something.
What is that?
I really wish hitting the Beyond 20 for abilities like that would actually show what it's supposed to do.
Okay, let's
What do
see
you mean?
here. DC 15 Wisdom save, right?
Correct. And if it fails, it is frightened, which means it has disadvantage on everything as long as I'm in line of sight.
Okay. Okay.
That's a pretty decent fail.
Sadly,
It
it only
is.
lasts until the end of my next turn.
That's
Assuming
still
it's-
very useful.
Assuming it's not immune to charm or fear.
That's true. All right, Mary, you're still invisible.
Yeah, probably not for long because I need to do something here. Actually, I'm not sure I have the range for that.
I mean, if you step slightly sideways, you can blast this thing with that lightning bolt if you've got the spell slots.
I have, but I think I'm gonna do more damage if I manage to haste someone. But
mean,
not
that's
in
up to you.
range for that. Could miss this step. Then I have barely. I mean, let's go all in. I will miss the step. No, I can't do that. There really isn't much I can do. I'm just gonna move closer.
Okay, go for it.
I'm going to dash and move over there, and that's sadly all I can do.
Scooter, you're up.
I lie there unconscious.
You're awake.
No, you're awake.
I'm stunned still. I haven't had a turn yet.
This is your turn. You get the chance to do the.
Well,
No! You
I
are
don't-
stunned until your net turn, until the target that stuns you's next turn.
Oh, the target's not yours. Okay.
So I cannot move, I cannot speak, I cannot take I automatically fail all dexterity and strength saving throws. Attacks against me have advantage, and I can take no actions.
All right.
So my turn is to lay there and play dead.
Okay. Nair's up. Okay. Nair's gonna throw their spear at the rift. 2 seconds.1 second. Give me a second. All right. Nair's going to throw their spear. All they need to do is roll a 10. Thank you. All right. You guys see Nair's spear fly just over the rift, and it's pointing straight down and just hovering there. What do I do now? Okay. I'll have her roll an intelligence.
There's not anything I can suggest. I need to roll an insight or something first.
She's going to wait. All right. Big man. Really? Okay, I have to roll his intelligence. That's what I get when I have a creature with 4 intelligence. All right, let's roll d4 to see what it does. Cool. Hey, Connor.
Yep.
Mouth opens and it is blasting you with stunning roar. Please make a Constitution saving throw. This is considered thunder damage, FYI.
Unless you're resistant to lightning or thunder, it's just 26 damage.
Yep, so that is 26 thunder damage, and you are stunned. Okay. What is the wolf going to do? Wolf is going to touch Scuda, use Enhance Ability, Bear's Endurance. Scuda, you get advantage on Constitution checks and saving throws, and you get 7 temporary hit points. Connor, you are stunned. Mark, you're up.
All right. It's going to move up again. Suggest that Nia might need to grab the spear and push it into the rift.
That's fair.
Then looses another arrow at the creature.
Go for it. $14. Bounces off of its metal hide.
And that ends my turn.
All right. Galsim, you're up.
Well, since it hopefully has disadvantage until the end of my next turn, or this turn rather, I'm going to hit it with Infestation to try to get it to step back into the rift.
Okay.
God, why is it not showing the spell effects?
I see it. Well, I mean, I know what it does. All right. Con save. Oof. Well, save that. Does this do anything if it doesn't pass? No. Okay.
Nope, because all cantrips do 0 damage if you pass the save.
All right. You can still move if you like. Mary? And Scuda is on deck for next turn. Mary, you're muted.
Yeah, we can't hear a word you just said.
My bad. I cast haste
You're
on
so
Connor.
you're so invisible. None of us can even hear you.
Notice me, senpais! But no, I'm gonna cast haste on Connor since, yeah, he's the one moving and he
Oh,
has
he's
had.
not moving. He's stunned.
He's stunned.
Shit, he's stunned too.
No, Scuda's no longer stunned because the creature went.
Yeah, the
Oh, that-
creature went. I'm not stunned now. Connor is.
My bad. Well, obviously hasting Scooter then, and backing
Okay.
off a bit.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna move closer to Nair to see if I can maybe have some advice for what she can do. But that's my turn.
That's fair. Scuda, you are conscious. You are no longer stunned, and you are hasted.
Oh. Okay.
Plus whatever Wolf did to her.
I
Wolf did a little
will,
touchy.
use my movement action to stand up,
Mm-hmm.
which in 5th edition no longer provokes an attack, right?
Correct.
Okay. I will use my
I think it's only
bonus
half
action
to get up to.
to second wind.
All right.
I get 15 hit points back. That's good news.
That's a lot, actually. Actually, that was almost max.
Yeah, it's a D10 plus fighter level.
Woohoo!
I am actually not going to rage because if it drops me again, the rage drops immediately, and then I get the effects of exhaustion.
Oh, that would be real bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Do I grapple like that yet? I do not grapple like that. Okay, that's fine. Scuda is very upset though. She doesn't know what this thing is or why it is. She just knows she's mad at it. And is going to
don't
proceed
say.
to beat him senseless. Connor's stunned, so I do not get advantage. I'm assuming that missed.
Mhm. Continue. That was your first swing.
Yes, second swing. Yes, no?
You are damaging its metal shell.
Okay, hold
The
on.
creature's tanking it, but you are damaging its metal shell.
Hold on. Then I reroll the d12. That's the actual damage from the magical axe hit. And then the haste attack for spite purposes, apparently. That misses.
Okay. So what you notice when you did your first swing is didn't seem to do anything. Second swing. Slight crack.
Um,
This creep. Sorry, go ahead.
I did not get healed for 15 HP twice. I got healed once and then given temporary HP. I do not. Yeah. And I was at -1, so I have you have.
There are no negatives in 5e.
Oh, it just stops at
negatives.
0.
Yeah, negatives
Yeah,
only
it's
count if you go over your max.
Okay.
That's fair. Makes it a lot better. So if you're even if you're at -26 and heal for 1, you're at 1.
Okay, that makes sense then.
All right, Nair. Oh, Mama's in trouble, but spear is important.
And Mark did drop the suggestion that Neo grabs the spear and tries to push it into the rift.
All right, she's going for the spear.
If we close the rift, we don't have to worry about more of those things coming through it.
Okay, and she is going to do her action to grab the spear. Okay. Grabs the spear and starts to push it down. You are seeing the creature begin to twitch slightly. As it is the creature's turn. I need to roll a d6. Oh no, it doesn't get its roar back. How unfortunate.
Good.
Yeah. All right. It is first going to make a bite attack against Connor. As a 15 to hit, I'm pretty sure that doesn't hit you.
Okay, so half of that, so 6, 3 damage.
Wait, you get hit by a 15?
Oh no, so I was looking at damage.
I was just say, what's your AC, Mr. Paladin?
Sorry, I was just assuming that I was getting hit because I was stunned.
Oh.
It's because I forgot about it. It's fighting,
not,
so it's just
no. If you're paralyzed, it's an auto hit.
Yeah,
Stun.
you just can't
Different
dodge if it throws an AoE at you.
No, well, I forgot about the fighting thing, so that cancelled out its advantage on me. So I was thinking it had advantage, and just assumed.
Okay, Scooter. Going to try for a
Sure.
claw.
Well, of course,
Yes.
Yeah.
What? Yes.
Ignore me. I was misunderstanding.
It's not Scooter's turn yet. I mean, geez, that would be amazing. Fastest bird alive.
I mean, the paladin's
Well,
still
she's hasted.
standing. I mean, the paladin's still standing. Are you sure it wants to turn around and swing at me?
Miss. I assume a 15 doesn't hit you.
No.
Okay. Last swing.
You know, it's nice to see you can
What's
roll
this thing
below a
rolling to
10.
hit What's this thing rolling to hit a 32 attack?
It's rolling with a plus 12.
Right.
It literally hits me on a 6 without haste.
Yep.
It hits
I mean,
Connor on it. It hits Connor on an 8. So if it didn't have disadvantage, it would just hit me twice and I would be back down.
Yep.
Actually, it would hit me twice, I'd be back down, and I'd be a death saving throw in. Because that would be a second drop, and you automatically just fail one.
No, not in 5e.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's true. Yeah, in 5e, if you drop, even if you drop like multiple times, you don't get an instant death saving fail. It's a little nice. Little nice.
And Spare
But
the Dying, which
you-
I took, instantly resets it to 0.
Yep. Have to do a lot. However, we're also gonna keep a good thing going. Cure wounds, Scooter. Scooter, you heal 19 as you get a pot in the back. Oof.
Gerda's gonna look behind her as the wolf paws her butt and goes, "This does not mean we are that close, friend."
Well, I hope it did you good, because I'm out.
It did great.
Sorry, I spent all my load on your app. Sorry, I couldn't even go there. Nope, sorry. Bye. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, good. Never mind. All right. Connor, you're up.
So no longer stunned. Right. I am going to use an action to heal myself 11.
That'll work. All right. Anything else?
Just looking at spells. That would be stupid. No, that's me.
Okay. Mark, you're up.
All right, I'm going
You
to.
are beginning to hear clawing sounds coming from the rift, by the way.
Yeah, that doesn't change my action. I'm going to walk up behind Nia and help Nia push the spear into the rift.
You're going to do what?
I'm moving up to Nia, and
Okay.
I'm helping Nia push the spear into the rift.
Oh, I thought you said I'm going to push near into the rift. I'm like, excuse me?
No!
Do you want Scooter to kill you now or later when she realizes it?
There are levels of you do not walk out this room, and I do not want to. No, I am helping Nia push the spear into the rift.
All right, I need you to make a strength check for me. Just raw strength.
This should be good, because I've got no advantage on this one.
You're helping. However, you do look down and you see a couple very smaller versions of that beginning to climb their way up the rift. The rift, however, is beginning to shrink slightly as the spear is getting pushed down.
I'll shout back that more of them are coming.
Gausim, you're up.
And
Oh, sorry. Anything else, Teddy? Mark?
no, I was just handing off to you.
Okay. Gausim, you're up.
So I can either attempt Vicious Mockery, which should be decent because it didn't seem to be that good against Wisdom saving throws. Or I could try to hit it twice with Eldritch Blast, which would potentially do more damage, but not give it disadvantage on its next attack. Actually, or I could do something else. Yeah, we'll do something else.
Des, what was its source of disadvantage earlier?
Mm-hmm.
The Faber.
Oh, it's already at disadvantage, isn't it? Because of what Gelsim cast earlier in the combat.
Currently, it's under disadvantage because the rift is closing.
Okay.
It's tethered to a different realm.
Yeah, the first round disadvantage was because of Fey Presence, but that ended at the start of my next turn. Also, it needs to make a Dex saving throw of a DC 15 or take 10 fire damage.
Okay. Oh, so it's going to be normal this time. Okay. Normally it would get disadvantage, but it has magic resistance, so it had normal.
That's fair. The fire's still there, and it has to make a save at the end of every one of its turns.
Fair enough. Mary, you're up.
I'm Scooty, Grease.
Oh, it's your favorite spell.
Yeah, let's grease things up. And hopefully make
right.
it fall. I'm just gonna center it inside or underneath the creature.
Perfect. That is a. Oh, sorry. Rolls with disadvantage. Oh, that's even better. It is standing firm, like the spider before it. Anything else?
No, that's my one spell slot. I guess I'm
Alright.
gonna move into position here, just in case more comes up and I need to shoot at them. And that's it.
Hold up. Grease is flammable, isn't it?
I
Sadly
was
not.
told
No,
no.
we've repeatedly ruled that no, it's
In
not.
3.5, yes, a torch would ignite grease, but in 5e, the grease spell is not flammable.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
In 5e, it's DM's choice.
I'm like, wait, there's a campfire right next to it. Anyways, Scooter, you're up. You see Grease.
I can freely move around it without provoking an attack so long as I stay inside of melee range with it.
That is correct.
Awesome. Okay, I use my move action to come over here. Kind of, duck, dodging and weaving and gradually moving around behind the creature that is trying to maul me. I'm going to try to cut off the claw that's been trying to hack at me. Is Connor conscious now?
Yeah, he's not stunned.
Did
He's
we
fine.
get-
I mean, he's fine. HP doesn't say that, but
Okay, are we flanking now?
yes, you are flanking with Connor.
Awesome.
Woo!
Oh,
I get to reroll that crit
There.
damage. Hold on. Oh, there we go. There you go.
So what's your total? 30?
30. Just apparently walk around behind it and go, that leg looks meaty. Thunk!
I just love the squints that Daz is giving the screen at the moment.
Ooh. So, boom, and the lightning just kind of.
Okay, we're gonna try that again, because it's like trying to hack apart a tree with an axe. I actually have the axe. Another creature's probably gonna murderate me.
Bird.
Does a 16 hit? I don't think it does.
Hits a hardness. So you have cracked its hardness more. It has 2 different ACs.
Oh. Okay, so
Technically.
I'll re-roll that 1. That is 9 plus 7 plus 3. There you go. And then I will use my haste action to help Nier push the spear.
Okay, they'll get advantage on their next thing. Perfect.
So, wham! Wham!
All right, Nair's gonna roll with advantage on strength. God, Nair. Actually, that counts as a fail, so Nair has to make a Constitution saving throw. Actually. Oh, come on, Nair. Stop it.
Wait a minute, how far away is she from me?
Relatively close. So as she's pushing it down, you guys see this weird Connor, you've kind of seen this before. You see like a weird misty thing come out of the rift and just straight through there. It pierces straight through her, causing 13 points of damage. Big thing. Big thing mad
Its
at bird.
eye just got ripped into.
Big thing mad at bird. Oh, I have to roll d6 first. Nope, doesn't get his roar back. Okay, bird, first it is going to bite you.
Is Grease at the start or the end of the turn?
I think it's at the end. Is it at the end or the start? Mary?
Ends.
End? Okay. Fair
Yep.
enough. All right, first bite. 23 to the bird. That is 18 points of piercing damage.
Oh dear.
Claw attack. 17. I don't believe that hits you. I can't.
That business. Thank you, Haste.
And last claw attack.
Haste.
19?
Haste.
Oh,
I'm good by 1.
So it bites into you, and you turn back, noticing because you were helping Nair, and you're like, "Foof, foof."
No, I'm just imagining it's got me by the shoulder, and I can't really like move away, and then it swipes at my belly, and I go, no! And it swipes again, and I take another step back and look back, about to fall in the rift, and I'm like, this is bad.
Oh man! All right, so first it's going to make a dexterity saving throw against the first spell, which was campfire.
Bonfire.
Bonfire, sorry. It gets normal because the disadvantage counteracts the magic resistance. That is a 15.
It is a DC 15.
Okay. All right. And now Grease. 11. It falls on the ground. Wolf. Actually, no, it's not the wolf's turn.
Not the wolf's turn.
Nope. Something else. Mary and Mark, you both see 2 small dogs pop out of the rift on the south end of it. Just go ahead and add them to the turn order. Oh, shame. It looks like they can't go till next round. Okay, no, now it's the wolf's turn. He is completely out of magic, so he is going to draw out his great sword and attack one of the dogs because he's the only dog that's supposed to be here. Oh, come on, man. Eek. The dog, iron dog, just knocks the blade away. Connor, you are now aware that there are 2 more dogs.
Great. Well, let's deal with you first.
Can I just say the amount of dog in this room doubled?
There's a lot of
It
dog
do-
in this place right now.
It annoys me that it doesn't let me do the advantage thing.
On the roll 20 sheet, it should say advantage, disadvantage at the top.
I don't use it on the sheet. I use the
Oh.
D20. So 23 to hit.
Oh,
Using beyond 20, press and hold shift.
I know. I was
Alright.
saying it's not working.
for whatever reason, it doesn't work for him. I'm not sure why. Give me a second
Yes.
here. All right, 23. That definitely hits. 21. That definitely hits.
Okay, I will do a divine smite in one of them.
Okay.
Newsflash: Paladin uses smite.
Really?
By any chance, is it a fiend?
No.
I think what's bad is I'm more fiend than it.
I'm actually
Correct.
curious to know what it is now.
Yeah, and
It's it's a little different. Don't worry about it.
also have a
It's a
DC
construct.
13 Constitution.
Constitution.
It's
Yeah.
already on the floor.
20.
Okay, it's not stunned.
Connor is trying to stun it, just to get a little revenge on it stunning 2 people in the party.
No, I want my thing to actually work for once.
Oh man, I think that's it.
If I do a shove on it and it passes, or do it, can I get it more onto the
And-
campfire?
No, I don't know if you'd be able to shove this thing, considering it's 2 size classes categories bigger than you.
But it's on its back in grease.
It's on its belly. But no, you wouldn't be able to shove it more into the campfire.
Okay. I'm done then.
Okay, that works. Mark, 2 doggos. Are you going to help Nair,
Starts-
or are you going to deal with the dogs?
Starts swearing rather fluently and redoubles his efforts to try and push this spear into the rift.
All right, roll strength.
$16.
It's shrinking.
Kuda puts
Rift
the
is-
back of her foot down. Kuda puts the back of her foot down, breathing a sigh of relief. Oh, good. Have more space to fight.
That would probably be the end of my turn.
Yep. Gaussen, you're up.
So the big dragon thingy is down on the ground, so it's going to have to try to get up in the grease, which probably isn't going to go so well for it.
Yeah, if it tries to use his movement to get up, it's going to have to make another dexterity saving throw to try to get up, or it'll slip again. So currently, that
And
means
it's
it
got
has to make
disadvantage, so it's
3
kind of neutered. Somewhat neutered.
neutering,
only somewhat
neutering a
neutered.
metal dog. Ouch.
So yeah, it's time to meme on the new dogs that joined in.
All right, which one you hitting?
The furthest one first,
Okay, go for it.
and it's probably going to be still up after that.
That definitely hits it though. Okay. That you definitely felt that. It definitely felt that. These things don't seem to be nearly as sturdy as the big boy. All right, and you can still move if you like.
I mean, there's no real big reason for me to move right here. I've got range to everything, and everyone else is clustered up on the rift for the spear. I can't really get there.
Okay. All right. Let's roll. You see the one metal dog on the south side. It nods as if it just heard something. and it is going to leave melee with the wolf, which provokes attack opportunity, and it's going for Mark.
Yay!
Hey, he hit him.
Oh.
All right, now the wolf is going to try to bite Mark. And it no, it would not. I assume a 21 hits.
Oh yes.
All
So I
right.
need to do a strength save.
Yeah,
Yes,
with
make
a
a
plus
strength
2.
saving throw.
Sorry.
Plus 2 because you're within 10 feet of me.
Yep.
Even with the +2, that's a nope.
All right. So you take a total of 11 piercing damage,
Um,
and yep.
What were you going to say?
And you are it is currently grabbed onto your arm, and it has grappled you.
Right. Does that mean my uncanny dodge wouldn't go off in this case?
For having the damage, you can have the damage at any time.
Right. Okay. Yes, I'm having damage. So 5.
Yep. Scuda and Mark, you both begin to hear more clawing coming from the rift. Mary, you're up.
Well, time to do something brave but stupid. I'm going to Ray of Frost the one grappling Mark and say, "Let go of my friend!"
Don't miss.
Yeah, please don't miss.
That is a 12. No, that does not hit. It's violently grabbing onto the arm too much and flailing back and forth. It's very difficult to hit.
I'm gonna move closer to Gauss him. Totally not because it's farther away from the fight, but because better positioning. Yeah, totally.
I don't even have to roll an insight to know that's bullshit.
Hey,
Scooter,
Mary, look at it this way. There was a point during this fight for 2 rounds where you had more hit points than me.
That has never happened before.
In the meantime, Scuda's gonna go swinging for the fences and try to beat the living crap out of this monster that's on the ground now because she is sick and tired of it.
I think most people are sick and tired of it. Go for it.
No, let's call it like it is. He just can't. He can't resist the dad bod on Gauss.
How dare you?
So that's the first one. I'm assuming that actually hurts it.
Definitely hits it.
Here's the second one. I don't have to reroll anything.
Oh boy.
And then she's going to use her haste action to keep shoving the spear in. Literally taking her, hitting it twice, then while the axe is still embedded, reaches over with her other hand and just grabs Near's hand and starts pushing down.
All right, Near's gonna.
Pushing for yourself.
Well, she can't. She wouldn't be able to do like a skill check. She can do a help action with the haste. So, Nair gets advantage again. Come on, Nair. Hey!
Wow!
Good for you,
Scooter. Good times, come on.
So, stabs the spear in, and the rift does close.
Yeah, what does that do to our friends?
Nair's eyes go pitch black, and she is on the ground. Just.
I mean, I would turn to take a defensive stance, but I'm currently being ragged on.
Actually, the monster that's on you falls off for this round because the rift is shut. They're all 3 counted as being stunned because the tether to the realm they're from has been severed.
Cool.
So can't do anything. Can't do anything. Wolf's gonna try to attack again. Hey, he hit. Connor.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's working now. Okay, apparently, no. It's when I press my push to talk thing, it stops working.
Weird.
And then doesn't work for a few minutes.
Oh,
What's your push to talk key?
Alt.
Ah, that's why.
yeah, both of those hit.
And have another constitution.
You don't. Yeah, he doesn't fail against that. So okay. Let's roll. 17. It'll work one of these days, Connor. Don't worry.
I wish I went for your other option on it.
Mark, the thing is no longer grappling on you as it is stunned.
Tough. It's getting skewered with the rapier.
But it's just a doggo. Why?
So advantage.
Oh yeah, definitely. It is stunned. Oh yeah, that hits.
So 18 damage. Other than that, yeah,
It's dead.
I just steady myself to protect Near as best I can.
She's unconscious.
That's why I'm going into into protective mode.
Yep. Gaussian, you're up.
Well, the big guy's down, so he's gonna get blasted some.
Go
It's the
for
only
it.
way I started blasting.
He finally starts blasting.
Danny DeVito's the best.
Why can't I roll high on?
The crit damage.
So
Like-
should I be the one to give the bad news or not? The creature is still technically down, like laying down. So you
Well,
get
he's
dis-
also, isn't he?
yeah, he's also stunned, so it cancels each
so
other
it's
out.
normal. Yeah. So he still does it.
I would also say he's huge, so I should have advantage just due to the size.
Well, I mean, I wish that's how it worked.
Oh, they don't have
It
that
would be-
anymore?
No.
Nope. There's a specific feat for it.
Oh wait, no, it was the
Yep.
AC penalties for larger sizes. That's right.
Yeah. All right. Let me put in the damage here.
I swear, my
Uh,
Eldritch Blast damage has like averaged out to like 3.
It's pretty nuts. Okay. I think you're just gonna stay there, correct?
Yeah, I do my 15
Okay.
points of damage total and stay there.
All right. Mary, you're up.
Yep. Isn't that much I can do, so I might as well just Ray of Frost it.
Big guy. All right.
Big guy. At
Oh,
least
that
that
hits. That definitely hits. Oh,
not
Lord
bad
Lou.
damage either.
That's not bad.
That's about it. though.
This thing's looking rough. Scooter?
Near's unconscious.
Yes.
Okay, I use my haste action to pick Near up. And
Not too hard. She's a lightweight.
And so, since the creature is on the ground at the moment, I am then going to take a full dash action and meep over here
I like how everyone knows that. So Mary's there. It has to be a safe place.
Mary's there. It's safe.
Okay, Nair has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Nair is now over here.
Nair now needs
That
to
is a
move them.
fail.
So Nair is still unconscious, but they are not dying, correct?
Nope, but they're failing their con saves or something else. All right, so this guy gets burned for 11 for the fire damage. Could you roll your fire damage?
I rolled it for the last turn when he was stunned and you skipped over him right away, because a stunned character is not allowed to make Dex saving throws, so they automatically fail.
But
Oh,
now
right,
he's
right,
but
gotcha.
now he's unstunned. He can.
Getting up. Yep.
Yeah.
That will
So that
be-
doesn't happen till end of turn.
Okay. It's the end of his turn.
Well, no, he's already been stunned for the turn. Is he still stunned?
Oh, no, not now. He's no longer stunned. He is
Yeah, because he was stunned on Nier's
and-
turn, and Nier just went.
Okay, so end of the turn. So now he has to make a con save, or oh no, it's dexterity. My bad.
He at the end of Nier's turn, he becomes unstunned. He now can act normally.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
At
'cause
the
you
end,
just
at
speed
the
skipped all their turns.
at the end of
Okay.
his turn, at the like when he's done with his actions right now, he will make his dexterity saving throws.
Okay. So the first thing he's going to do is attempt to get up, which means he has to make a dex save because he's in grease. Nope.
No.
Not happening.
Oh wait, I get to roll d6. My bad. Damn. I was gonna
He's
say
not having
he's
his
just gonna
turn.
blast him. All right, screw it. He's attacking Mark on the ground with disadvantage. Mark, he's gonna try to bite you. That's a 21 to hit.
Okay.
Okay, that is 14.
Uncanny dodge.
Oh, yeah, you can do that. So 7 damage.
Yep.
Now he's gonna claw at you.
hmm
That's a critical fail.
That actually goes under. Yeah, AC 14.
Wow, he almost hits
Oof.
Mark on a critical
You're-
fail.
Yeah.
He still fails. Last attack. 18, 19 points of damage.
Okay.
So bites you. It hurts.
Yeah. There's blood pouring out of Mark in a few places.
The dog nods. All right. Wolf gets attack of opportunity. The Iron Defender is going directly for Nair. So let's roll this. You're the worst Sif. You can't hit anything.
Big guy's Dex saves against the grease and the bonfire.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I won't be doing the grease because he's already prone.
But does he scramble around on the ground enough to get away from the bonfire?
You got 17 on the bonfire. Okay, let's see here. Defender 40.
Not near.
That's what he's doing.
You little.
Okay. Oops. I didn't mean to open that.
And I presume that rolls the attack of opportunity. Okay.
Yeah, he already did it, and he missed. He missed with a 15. Scooda, you see the Iron Wolf just run directly at Nair and bite into her. Lots of blue blood.
Well,
Lots of blue blood.
That's a wolf that's about to get bisected.
Nair is now bleeding out.
Okay.
Wolf is just like, fuck.
Like,
Scooter's like, I thought you had that one.
He goes to swing and you say that, and he's like, I don't have it. And the weapon falls out of his mouth. He's like, fuck.
you distracted me.
Connor, you're up.
How is this thing looking?
Oh, great. It's had better days. It did get its coffee this morning. But you know how that
Bringing
is.
in all of its own blood and grease, you know.
Wow, I'm surprised. All right, you hit it once. All right, anything else?
I will try and. You say it's too big for me to shove it 5 feet, right?
Yeah. It's also still prone.
Yeah.
Couldn't you try and stun it in your attack? Oh no, it's just knocked
No,
down. Or...
I'm out of charges.
Anything else?
No, my idea was to kind of shove it 5 feet so that we could disengage on it.
Oh, jeez. Of course. All right, Mark, you're up.
All right.
This thing freaking gored you, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's my thing. As a bonus action,
What?
could I pass some Mark a potion?
But no, that's a movement.
Yeah. Anyway. So I'm gonna skewer this thing.
With what?
Rapier.
Normal rapier? Okay.
Action to disengage.
Well, as you stab it, your normal rapier, ding! It is immune to non-magical damage from weapons that are not magical.
Okay. Either way, I use my cunning action to disengage and move behind Connor.
Of course you do. Everyone's turning into Mary.
I've got 4 hit points left.
Gausim, you're up.
Yep.
All right, Nair is now stabilized.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Mary, you're up.
See, this is where the curse of the coward comes in, because I know exactly what I want to do to this thing to make sure it can't get to Nair. But
Well,
overall,
it
that
is-
would be a very stupid thing.
Do the
Well, you should
stupid!
also note that. Well, you should also note that it is currently grappled Nair in its mouth. Nair's like it bit right here, and its mouth is still attached.
Yeah.
Also, at the moment, you've got more hit points than some of the fighters at the minute.
I am aware, but I also am aware that if I break concentration on haste, we miss 1 round of scooter damage.
That's fine. Nair is more important.
Yes, but
would face
you're going to be
full-
the one saving her, so I'm just going to Ray of Frost it.
Yeah, you on haste could probably literally chop this thing in 2.
Yes, you can one-shot this thing.
Maybe.
Okay, that hits.
And while Mary can do that too, we need to deal with the big one afterwards.
Okay,
So yeah, that's
I definitely
what he
heard
does.
it. Speaking of Mama Bird, hey Scooter, someone's
Haste
wrenching
it.
on Nair.
Please do not let that concentration be in vain. Do it.
Okay.
Save our Nair.
Scooter's gonna use her haste action. and say
Uh-huh.
fuck it. So I'm now enraged.
Okay.
And she's going to try use her basic action to try to decapitate this thing. That's
Okay,
a reroll.
go for it. Oh, well, I was gonna ask how you wanted to kill it because it's dead, and so, but I already know because you said beforehand. You cut its head clean off.
Oh yeah, we're cutting the head clean off. She's had enough of that. She looks back
It's dead.
and okay, that's my turn, but she's really actually concerned if Nair's okay.
Well, we'll find out. Okay, they passed that one. That's good. Arrgh. Big monster mad. Big monster get breath attack back.
Oh dear.
Big monster still laying on gut.
That's very true. Oh no.
It has assumed the position.
Okay. This can be bad. All right. It is going to open its mouth and it's going to blast its stunning roar at Connor. It is a cone attack. So, Mary, you also have to roll a con save.
I mean, me as well.
Shit.
It
Oh, yeah,
doing it at an
Constitution.
angle. Has to. At
Wizards are good at those.
Sorry, what did you say, Daz?
it's going it at an
Actually,
angle.
this is a
Not-
thunder spell, right?
Yes.
I cast Absorb Elements.
Okay. As I was saying, it's not going directly down. It's going at an angle because of where Connor is. So it only hits Connor and Mark.
Ah,
Yes.
never
So,
mind then.
Mark, please make a con save.
+2.
Constitution start. +2.
11.
Okay. Connor and Mark, 26 points of thunder damage, and you are stunned.
Damn.
Would my uncanny dodge apply?
Yes, but I don't think you can mitigate enough to keep you awake because you have 4 health left.
What's the
It would put it down.
damage threshold?
What's what?
What's the damage threshold for?
Death?
Yeah.
You have to go -45 because you have to get dealt your maximum hit points and negative damage.
All right then. So yeah, I'm zeroed.
Okay. And it is going to attempt to stand up. Oh my god. Okay. And then it has to make a save for the fire. Okay. It is still prone. And you guys hear a loud booming sound as both Connor and Mark drop to the ground.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Awkward.
It's gonna try to hit the thing.
I think it touches the thing.
Unfortunately, you guys hear as moon-touched swords aren't magical, so it can't damage the creature.
Oh, but it can distract it.
Yes, he does an immensely cool-looking attack where he runs up past Mark and Connor, does like this sick corkscrew flip, and he stabs directly into it, and it does absolutely nothing.
Just does that Looney Tunes things where he just kind of coils and splats into the handle of the sword and then springs back out.
Yep. Connor, death saving throw for me. That is 1 failure. Mark, death saving throw for me.
You to roll that on the beyond 20.
Say what?
You just roll a d20.
Ah, found it. Found it.
Yeah, you just roll d20.
11 or more, you're fine. 10 or less, oh god, why? Oh.
10's pass.
All right, and as you both roll a 3. Oh wow. Okay, that is you both get a failure. Galsim.
That is not the thing that I wanted to do. I'm not using a potion. I am spare the dying Mark.
Okay, Mark, you are flat. You're good. Spare the potion of healing.
Assuming the creature doesn't decide to maul you.
Mary, you're up.
Does that?
Yeah.
Hang on, sorry.
No, you can go first. Well, right then. Mary's just going to like tap Scooter on the back and save them. I got near. And he's going to pour a healing potion down her throat.
Okay.
No.
Takes effect. She's still unconscious.
Let's.
Go ahead and roll that potion.
It's 2d4 plus 4, right? It's the 2d4 plus 2. 2, yeah. Oh, nice!
Woo! Potion loves Nair today. All right, Scooter, you're up. Creature is still on its belly.
I'm going to use my move action to go here.
Feel so bad for this wolf.
Thankfully, it is on the ground. Haste attack first. Advantage because it's on the ground.
And this is why I feel so bad for the wolf. It had 1 HP left.
Are you kidding?
No!
Really?
I didn't want to kill it.
I should have done that smite.
So Scooter runs up, leaps into the air, and like full-on 5-star splash, axe between her legs, coming down with everything she has, and the creature's head just flies across the room.
I like to imagine you did like the same choreographed move that the wolf did, just to spite him, as yours actually works. The head.
I'm gonna hit it 2 more times to make sure it doesn't get back up.
That's Scooter.
Like,
Just
head
imagine
comes
what
off,
would have
neck comes
happened.
off, and her shoulder comes off.
So what you're telling me is, if it had failed that save, it would have died to a bonfire.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to be ending the stream shortly after we do a little bit of investigation, and then we'll end the stream after that, just so you guys get a little bit of talking before we stop, if that's all right.
Can I just ask, what's this thing's hide?
Question.
Oh, the creature?
Yeah.
Yes.
Question. Okay, can you spare the dying again, or are we rolling for death saves?
I got
No,
potions.
it's a cantrip. You can do it however much time.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can just poke people to stable. That is the entire reason I took that cantrip. It is such a useful cantrip.
This creature is made of steel.
Well, I think I know what Scooter's doing while the rest of us are investigating.
Well, Scooter, you have a lot of steel.
Steel, adamantium.
Does not care at the moment. For the next minute, Scooter's literally just hacking this thing to make sure it's down. Till she calms the hell down.
So there's just like arcs of lightning just buzzing right through this thing with every action.
The thing that concerned me the most about this fight, to be perfectly honest, is that you guys came in sporadically instead of all being there at the same time. So I'm just like, oh crap, the party's going to be split when the boss pops.
Well, even then, all it had to do was just focus one target, and it could have just knocked that target down every turn.
That's true. It's a beast. Anyways, all right. So
Does
before we-
dying leave us unconscious just stable?
you are stable, you are unconscious. That means you can't do anything, you can't use any abilities on yourself. You are unconscious until you heal a point of hit points, which is usually either someone does it for you or you get a nice rest. So we
Oh,
can say if
okay.
you guys want to, is if someone decides to heal one of you, which sure.
Connor would probably be the best bet for that.
Yeah. Let's
I
spend
don't
another
have
health
any
potion
healing
on
magic.
Connor.
I have a healing potion, but I don't know if you can just pour it on someone's head.
I have a bunch
You
of
can.
potions.
You can give someone a potion while they're unconscious. You can.
I think we should try spend one on Connor and see if I can get the other one back.
The wolf is just going to cast cantrip mending because he has no healing left and he wants to look like he's helping.
Okay, yeah, Mary's going to pour another healing potion down Connor's throat.
All right.
And Galson will grab Nair and bring her over to the group so that we're all together.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, so then when I'm at thing, I will do that cure wounds on to Mark.
Perfect. All right, everyone is awake. Nair, however, is not awake.
That's not good. She should be awake. Should probably examine her.
She's probably pretty tired after stabbing a hole till it stops being a hole. Do you know how hard that has to be?
Very, but I'm worried she might have some curse or something on her.
Are you going to investigate the body? Scooter did a really good job. They died of blood loss.
I mean, that's where I've positioned myself.
We'll go for you at the moment. So, Mark, what are you up to? You get up and you're kind of woozy a bit from getting yelled at by a creature.
Yeah, just kind of, ugh. And kind of realize, hey, I'm not dead yet. Oh, God, that hurts. Okay. Looks around, checks that everybody's kind of at least stable, checks on Nia, realize that Nia's unconscious, but not hopefully in any real danger at the minute, and then remembers that this place is full of interesting stuff and goes and first investigates the body.
Okay, make an investigation for me. It's so weird because you rolled an extra D4. I'm like, how do you crit fail at 27? Are you cheating? No.
Every time.
You investigate the body, patting them up and down. You do see a necklace on them. You also know this thing died from literally getting mauled on by what you probably assume is that other creature. Because the other creature did have a lot of blood on its mouth. You see a necklace that shows that he is of the Dragon Mark of Detection from the Warning Guild. Next to his body, covered in a lot of blood, is an amulet that is not on him.
So the necklace he's wearing is his guild sigil. Yeah,
correct. Yep. It's usually very well hidden, but currently, because it looked like he was grabbed and flailed around, yeah, he kind of got loosed.
And would it be a reasonable assumption that the amulet is the one he was talking about in his notes?
While you're writing that down, let's see. Let's go through. Gaussum, are you doing anything?
Yeah,
Other than
Gaussum's
resting?
going to Gaussum's going to set up a small little campfire and start cooking because we need to rest. Everyone is in rough shape, and that makes the most sense right now.
Inside a tree.
Agreed.
Yeah, sure.
Fair point. A very
This is
fragile
probably
tree.
inside the middle of the life tree is supposed to be the safest place in the world, but we'll see. So, all right, you can go ahead and start doing that.
I actually have a spell for that.
No. Okay. Connor, you're awake and you are exhausted.
Yeah, Connor is just lying down, just thinking about life. He's also remembering seeing that mist go from Mia, and you said I recognised it.
Mark did.
Oh, you did the Mark
did.
Connor name thing.
Yep. Shut up.
Yeah.
Scooter?
Scooter is now checking on Nier to see if Nier's okay. Everything else no longer matters. Creature is dead and staying dead.
And then it gets up. No. Do a medicine check.
God.
Can Mary help? Because
I
he
mean,
was
it's-
examining her too.
Of course. So Scooter, you get advantage.
I mean, let's face it, that thing's innards probably count as cooked by now with the amount of lightning energy that's gone through it.
It's
Nair
like
is
Thor
running-
deciding you needed to die.
Nair is running a high fever from her head. Her body is very cold.
That's what I was afraid of.
Well, that is contradictorily problematic.
That's
Scooter has an
not
idea.
just exhaustion.
Scooter has an idea. She takes out her other water skin because she has two. Looks at Barry. Can you freeze water?
Of course.
Hands him water skin, and then pulls out her blanket and puts it over Nair up to Nair's chest and waits for frozen water.
I mean, Mary can freeze it in like a second or two, so yeah, that's an ice bag now.
Okay.
Cold over the head, hot over the body.
Actually,
Gotcha.
because Mary is smart, he's gonna take the full water skin, pour a little bit out, and then freeze it.
So it doesn't
Okay,
burst.
that works. Yep. All right. That's you're doing that. Mark.
Okay, so is there anything else on the body that's of note?
It looks like he's holding a quill as if he just got done writing something before he was killed. Or
Well,
kind of.
we'll take the quill. We'll remove the guild necklace and the amulet from next to the body. We'll move the body outside ready for burying, and then we'll look at the journal on the table.
Okay. Journal, same cipher as before. It is cataloging the rift. Inside the rift, it looks like the rift would grow constantly at a very slow pace. And he would use the necklace, get his other form, and he would explore. And the creatures from the rift would leave him alone, treating him like kin of some kind. They would just leave him alone. However, the last journal that you see is frantic. It says that the necklace fell off of him and he didn't notice. And he can no longer pick it up to put it back on to make himself tangible again. He's slipping into being intangible and ethereal. He's barely able to write this, but he has heard of a group of people with strange abilities in Frame that might be able to help him. So he's going to fly there in his new body and go to a tea house and wait for them. Inside the notes are also documented that there is a group of spectacles that he has created that allows a person to see spirit creatures. And you see them right next to the journal. And there's a mirror.
Okay, so last use, it fell off, wasn't able to put it back on in time.
Oh, sorry, I was talking too fast. Yes, he didn't notice that the necklace he had either taken the necklace off or it fell off, and he wasn't able to get it back on to
Sorry,
his
bear
spirit.
with me.
That's fine. Sorry.
No, Google Docs is being a pain. One moment.
Google Docs being a, you don't say. Also, I should note for you, Galson, while he's doing that, since the rift has been closed, this place feels far more calming.
And see, now that that's done, things feel right here again. Not perfectly right, but better right.
We should
Okay.
probably check on that amulet.
You okay over there, Mark?
Yeah, I'm just catching up with my notes. Necklace fell off, was able to put back in time, heading to train to see a group to try and help, and was headed to a tea house. Made some glasses to help see, what was it?
Spirit creatures. He was attempting to. He decided to make them so he can showcase his spirit form to his allies, or as a recourse of finding him if someone finds these notes, so they can see him and give him the annual back.
Okay.
And as he's writing, he just says, "I'm slipping away," and then the ink trails off,
All right.
as if the quill just got dropped.
Yeah. All right. We'll pick up the glasses. Look at the mirror. What do I see with the mirror?
The guy is very vain, as you can probably tell. It's not a
Uh,
special mirror at all. He usually just uses it to look at himself.
All right, well, if nothing else, it's a useful thief's tool. So yeah, I'm picking up the mirror.
That's fair. And unless anyone has anything pertinent to say, say now or forever hold your peace.
Does Mark say all that out loud?
Do you?
Yeah, and when he
Okay.
finishes, Mark picks up the journal and puts that into his pack as well.
Okay. So
Group of people with the tea house.
yes. So, with no further interruptions for the evening, you guys managed to have a nice evening. And for once, Gausim, you get to cook everyone dinner. And
no one interrupts. It's a fucking Christmas miracle.
Does Nier ever get back up, or is Nier just
No.
Oh.
Nope.
Yeah, also I did a divine sense.
Say what?
I did a divine sense just in the general area, just to double check things.
You are sensing absolutely nothing, including from Nair.
Oh.
Oh.
Shit.
Okay, so I will count this as a short rest, but not a long rest. Do I need to make a con save to not sleep?
You can keep yourself awake if you want to, and you'll just get a point of exhaustion.
Okay.
But we are going to end there because we're about 45 minutes after, and we will begin the next morning with the Tree of Life, at least this one, being covered.
All right, so Violet Aura, 10 months, tier 2. You're like one of 3 people who are tier 2. Thanks. I appreciate that. Frazier, thank you for the host. Zabin, thank you for the host. Ponychick, thank you for the host. Insane Scorpion, 11 months in a row. 16 total, but 11 in a row. Thank you. Argo, thank you for the rate. And Psalm, I don't know why you did that, but okay.
Wow.
Hooray!
And now we can give our outros because I've told everyone who did things.
Be going.
Hi, I'm Scooter. I'm gonna stay up all night and look over what appears to be feverish child.
That is fair. Final say.
I am Final, and I played Connor and Al.
Mr. Hetty.
Hey, I'm Hetty. I've been playing Mark, and yeah, bloody ow.
Mr. Mary.
Hello, I am Kung, and I did not take a single point of damage during this entire dungeon. Mary.
DM notes. Kill Mary. Gotcha.
Again.
Mr. Mis.
Yeah.
I'm Mizke. I play Gaussum, and I apparently have the good touch. And Camp Dad will insist that Scuda sleeps too by taking over watching for Nair at some point.
Fair
You
enough.
underestimate how stubborn this bird is.
She is stubborn as she is tall.
And she is very tall.
Again, we have a Cinder, a Spark. They assist me with any errors that pop up, like today when Flawless wasn't working, so we got Cinder's helper to do that. And again, we have Razzle, who, even with their internet issues, they assist with rules and the maps. And again, the maps they make are from Forgotten Adventures, and I am your DM, Prince Dazzle. Boy, that was a thing.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Oh my. Yeah, unless there's anything else, I'm good.
All right, let's go raid some Forceful. And will have a I apparently will have an announcement during a stream this weekend. I can't say what it is, but you should pay attention on either Discord or Twitter or here on Twitch to when I'm streaming, because I might have something really cool for you guys. If you collect miniatures of any sort. In the meantime, let's go throw ourselves at somebody. You know, Blue Zest is playing Space Station 13. That game doesn't get enough attention, in my opinion, because it absolutely deserves it. Hashtag, oh god, almost total party kill. Good night.
Night.
No.
No,
Or as you can tell behind me, it's not really night anymore.